during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members of the commission, if you're able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you're able, please activate your video when you're speaking. The chair and commission staff are responsible for unmuting commission members. Please use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. During any roll call, all panelists will be unmuted briefly. Staff, please use the raise hand feature when you're asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on commission members in order to chance a raise. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the commission, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Chair Goodhart, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. First order of business here is an approval of the minutes from last month's meeting. Lois, is that a motion for approval? Is there a second? Craig? No, lots of seconds. Okay. Seeing no objections by unanimous consent, minutes are approved. That brings us to item number 1, public comment. This is an item on all city agendas for general public comment for items that are not on the agenda. I understand we have a registrant and we'd like to confirm that they would like to address us tonight.
It looks like Betty is not with us.
Okay. All right, if she does show up, we can talk to her at that time. Janine, oh, I'm sorry. First of all, are there any disclosures or recusals tonight? At all, anybody? Shane, I'm going to unmute you.
Yes, I'd like to recuse myself from number 8.
Okay. All right. Any others? No. Okay, Shane, number 8. Thank you. Let's see. Agenda overview, Janine?
Chair Rafiq has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Rafiq.
Yeah, I am recusing myself from number 10.
Number 10. Thank you. Okay.
Got it for disclosures and recusals?
Looks like it.
Okay. A quick overview of this evening's Urban Design Commission agenda. There are currently 13 items on this evening's agenda. A reminder to the public, if you do want to submit written comments, you can send that to urbandesigncomments@cityofmadison.com, and we'll make sure those are posted to the Legistar, if not immediately, at least by the end of the evening. And under special items of business, we have 2 items. The first one was initially listed as item number 2, a presentation by the Assistant City Attorney John Strange on Robert's Rules. The Assistant City Attorney is unable to make it this evening and staff requests that you refer this item to the January 13th meeting. Item number 3 is an informational presentation from our Parks Division on the Vilas Park Master Plan updates. This is just an informational review of this master plan. It is not an item that the commission is to approve, simply to provide an advisory recommendation on these items. I wanted to note that there is a staff report in your packet. There were a number of public written comments submitted. Those are up on Legistar for your review. And there may be some folks that want to speak at the meeting as well. Under public hearing items, we have item number 4. It's 10 East Doty Street, 1 through 33 East Main, and 119 Martin Luther King Jr. This is a comprehensive design review application. There's a zoning staff report in your packet, and staff is recommending this item for consent. The applicant has agreed to all the terms in the zoning staff report. Item number 5 is another comprehensive design review for 1211 Fish Hatchery Road, 1213 and 1219 South Street. This is located in Urban Design District number 7. There's a zoning staff report in your packet. And this item is not recommended for consent. Item number 6, 2232 West Broadway is a signage exception. There's a UDC staff report in your packet, and this particular item is recommended for consent. Item number 7 is 2526 Monroe Street, another sign exception. The terms of this application are outlined in the staff report, and staff is recommending this one for consent. Item number 8 is 1 through 19 North Pinckney, 120 East Washington, and 22 North Webster Street. This is a project that is coming back to the Urban Design Commission to review it against the Urban Design District number 4 standards. The UDC provided an advisory recommendation on the plan development on November 4th. The Plan Commission approved the rezoning to PD on November 9th, and then Common Council voted to adopt this rezoning on November 17th. There's a staff report in your packet, and again, they are requesting initial final approval. Item number 9 is 1402 South Park Street. This is a new mixed-use building in Urban Design District number 7. The Urban Design Commission received an informational presentation on October 7th. And following this evening's motion, it may or may not go to the Plan Commission, again, depending upon the schedule. There's a staff report in your packet, and they're requesting initial final approval. And I wanted to note that for both items number 8 and number 9, there are a number of written public comment, which are on Registar. I believe there are also members of the public that wish to speak on this evening. Under unfinished business, item number 10 is 5133 through 5237 University Avenue. This is a new development in Urban Design District number 6. The Commission granted initial approval on March 11th of this year, and the Plan Commission granted approval on the conditional use on April 27th, and there's a staff report in your packet. They're requesting final approval. Item number 11 is 7050 through 7104 Watts Road, plan development for a new single-story restaurant building. The Urban Design Commission heard an informational presentation on the SIP for this plan development on September 2nd. The Plan Commission is scheduled to review this on December 14th. They're requesting initial final approval on this one, and there's a staff report in your packet. Under new business, item number 12 is 1825 through 1837 Aberg Avenue. It's an alteration to a previously approved project, and this was referred to the Urban Design Commission by the Planning Division Director for your advisory recommendation. There's a staff report outlining some of the concerns and the requests from the Commission. Under special items of business, finally, we have item number 13, which is a staff update on the Urban Design Commission ordinance potential updates to chapter 33.24. There's a report in your packet. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, first of all, can I get a motion to refer item number 2 as requested? Let's see, Lois and then Jessica, is that a second? Okay. Seeing no objections by unanimous consent, then item number 2 is referred. And that brings us to the item number 3, which is a advisory recommendation item for the Vilas Park Master Plan.
Excuse me, Chair, were there any consent agenda items?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I missed that. I see Lois raising her hand, anxious to make a motion.
I am very anxious to suggest that 4, number 6, number 7 are consent items. I'll move for those.
Okay. Is that a second, Tom? I'm going to unmute you. Go ahead.
Hey, with a question, I would agree and I would second. I just want to clarify on item 6. The drawings showed the one picture shows the sign italicized on the building. All of the sign designs show it non-italicized. I want to confirm which one it is. If it's not italicized, I have no problem with it as consent, but I don't like the italics.
Right. I assumed it wasn't italicized.
I think all of
based
it
on the detail
show that it's not. So I just assumed somebody hit the wrong key when they but if that's the case, I don't know if Janine or any can just confirm if that's I just want to make sure that's the case.
It is not italicized.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
And I second. Thank you.
All right. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, then items number 4, 6, and 7 are approved on the consent agenda. Thank you for the reminder. That now brings us to the park master plan.
We do have a member from our parks staff, Kate Kane, here to present this item.
Thank you, Janine, and thank you, Chair Goodart and members of the commission. I'm going to dive right in because I do see that you have a very robust agenda this evening. Am I able to share screen, Janine, or do I ask that?
Yep, you should be able to.
Go ahead, Kate. You can share.
Okay.
It's probably easier.
Sounds good. Is that visible to everyone at this point?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. We began the Vilas Park Master Plan project in mid-2019. We're currently in phase 3 of the project, which includes the development of the draft final master plan, which I'm here to present to you with this evening. We're currently in the middle of towards the end of a public comment period that will close on Friday, December 4th, regarding the plan. This follows a larger community input meeting that was held in mid-November and several other stakeholder sessions and opportunities to review the plan and its design among some of our agency staff and city or state level partners as well. This is the existing condition plan at the park. I'll keep it on file just in case anybody has any questions relative to what we're describing in the draft final plan. But of note on this plan is that the zoo area, Henry Vilas Zoo, outlined here in black, is excluded from our plan consideration. This black outline is nearly entirely over the existing zoo fence. So it's a physical barrier and a upland separator as well. We're not looking at the zoo property. However, many of the parking lots and exterior areas that are influenced by the zoo are very much a part of our plan. So this is the draft plan. I believe you have it in a packet as well. The main design drivers are listed on the right-hand side of the screen. We looked at these as primary considerations in light of the fact that Parks was well aware that many of the amenities described within these larger categories were ready for replacement or would rapidly be approaching replacement time, or had heard over time of interest in revising or improving those areas. Example of that would be the lagoons. We've been aware for some time that the lagoons are not in a satisfactory condition. So beginning at the top, Vilas Park Drive, the biggest suggestion that the draft plan proposes is to terminate through vehicle access through the park. So automobiles would no longer be able to enter the park from the western side and cross the historic bridge. They would instead be limited to the area of the South Orchard Street intersection to enter and exit at the south end of the park. There are a number of expanded parking lots to accommodate that traffic and bring folks to the major amenities at the south side of the park and still provide handicapped access to things such as the beach and beach shelter, the main park shelter that we'll talk about in a few moments, and lake access points for fishing, canoe launching, and other activities. The replacement for a automobile traffic lane coming from the west would be a multi-use path. so limited to ped bike only. Still quite wide, with the idea of separating the faster bicycle traffic that is often commuter level bicycle traffic coming through the park from a slower moving pedestrian travel lane. So that could be through pavement markings, it could be through physical barriers. That type of design detail will be developed further down the line. However, we're at this point showing the major footprints and spaces that those items will occupy. The main park shelter that I have already referred to a little bit is proposed to remain pretty much in place. In a future budget cycle, we do look to replace that building. It's over 60 years old at this point and operating not as efficiently as it could, especially considering that it is our year-round reservable shelter at the park and supports ice skating activities and concessions through rentals for skate equipment and food during the winter season as well. So this building is just a suggestion. It's a changed footprint from the structure that's located there presently. However, the utility to parks in keeping the shelter, the main shelter at this location, is that other improvements could be made to the roadways and Vilas Park Drive section around that building, staying in place for several years in addition to it as access was improved through the park and other projects were identified. Parking, another big driver in the plan was parking. I'm going to pop back real quickly to our existing conditions plan, which does have a variety of nose-in parking off of travel lanes. You can see that at the north here, and especially at the south. We have parking lots that have been scattered kind of throughout time. As more parking was needed, it seemed that more was added along the section of Vilas Park Drive. And as such, that's not an efficient way to move people to major amenities. It does create quite a lot of vehicular traffic just trolling for parking spaces at very busy times during the park's use and the high points of summer. And we felt that it would be important within the context of the plan to consolidate those lots. So the northern parking lot that I'm highlighting here and southern parking lots that do see a lot of zoo activity have both been expanded over their existing footprint. The southern parking lot features a bus unload lane that would facilitate school group use and larger tour buses as well. They would be directed there to the extent that the zoo is aware that those trips are being made. A lot of folks do just show up to the zoo, and so they don't have a tremendous amount of control as to how many and when, but they do continue to work to coordinate with school districts to plan in advance. The northern parking lot is expanded and features a shift in its entrance location to Campbell Street and pulls it away from what is a modified 5-point intersection that intersects with South Randall Avenue here. This lot does still include propose a emergency vehicular access. That was a request from our fire staff during an interagency discussion. The other larger change or big change was an expansion of parking to the western side of the park, where we do show our sport court facilities and addressing the fact that there would be more need to park vehicles if those were unable to continue along Vilas Park Drive, and also if things such as this canoe kayak launch, fishing access point, and other amenities were moved forward in the plan. Open space and active recreation is very much valued at the park. This large meadow was featured in the park from the earliest days of its design. It's in the O.C. Simons plan for the park. The views out to Lake Wingra are some of the most spectacular, really, because you look across the lake to the UW Arboretum property. It's an unparalleled opportunity throughout the city. So that is preserved for active and passive recreation. And I mentioned the sport court facility previously, as is the island for an open space with flex use. We've added some picnicking opportunities around the perimeter of the island, as well as by offering a number of open-sided shelters for expanded reservable options that aren't as expensive as the year-round shelter. This shelter is a couple $100 for a weekend reservation during the high time of summer, and open-sided shelter within our system is $35. So we are well aware through our park and open space plan that providing a range of cost options for reservable group use is something that we seek to provide as much as possible at our community level parks. Playgrounds. The shoe playground, Much Loved Shoe, is here. This is the location of the shoe. It's a little red boot icon on your plan. That's very much preserved. We've expanded the playgrounds here to include an area for both 2 to 5-year-olds and 5 to 12. It's kind of a peculiar thing that Vilas doesn't have that in place already. It's a standard offering to include an area for both the youngest children in our playground, our community level playgrounds, and also the older children. So that 2 to 5 age range and the 5 to 12. This would allow for a lot of run between opportunity, but still offer also for parents and guardians to have a close view of differently aged ranged children while they're keeping track of them. Playgrounds, however, are not returned to the mound area up near the Aaron Street and South Orchard Street corner of the park, nor to the western side. In part due to the proximity of the shoe playground, we looked to consolidate those two. They are fewer than 400 linear feet apart. And by expanding the shoe, we are able to still provide that very enhanced play opportunity. The thought was also that if the field area were able to be improved for better drainage, that would see most likely increased use from ultimate soccer, youth soccer. Those reservable fields are always high demand where they are effective. Right now, this is a relatively low use field because it drains quite poorly. And the lagoons in the lake is the final treatment change that we've made. On our proposed plan, we have what we call the 50-50 option. During their concepts phase, which was phase 2, we presented a fully open water lagoon treatment, a fully vegetated lagoon treatment, and this 50-50 option, which would seek to maintain the open water lagoon aspect on the western side, which has consistently been the best for our ice skating use per our operations staff, and it has that proximity to that winterized shelter for ice skate rental walkouts and would be available for on-lagoon skating as well as fishing. And then the eastern side is allowed to continue to vegetate much the way that the lagoon is trying to do now. Annual weed cutting is required to keep an open water condition at the lagoon. So doing a 50-50 type option would both reduce the maintenance costs and requirements and likely future dredging. Although we are looking at dredging as a requirement, we've got a very shallow lagoon in its present condition, about a foot only of open water throughout. So that's my proposal I've run through. I've gone quickly, and I'm very happy to answer any questions and can advance in slides that you probably have in your packet. I've got 12 total, so we can really dive into any parking or roadway, playground, etc. Questions that you might have. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Julie, are there members of the public that would like to comment?
Yes, we have Andy Meisman, who's registered neither in support nor opposition.
Andy, you should have a prompt to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Perfect. All right, thanks. Thanks for the overall presentation. And I'm a resident of Bay Creek, so I use this park pretty frequently for biking and jogging. But overall, I like the master plan. I like how the park's functionality is intact of what it is today, particularly the preservation of the open fields. And I like the newer improvements of the park, such as the removal of the through road and creating that as a multi-use path. I think this summer proved that was pretty valuable for people walking on and biking through. However, I think that the park is overparked. I'm not sure what the parking component of the master plan was in the third bullet there. I don't know if that means more parking or less parking, but just from a visual standpoint, any entrance into the park right now is a parking lot. And I think that's not the right way to approach the overall the park here. And in particular, the Vilas Drive on the southeast corner of the site is a pretty significantly large parking lot, which I think creates issues for pedestrians and cyclists entering the park through that space right there. And I was just wondering if this can be reimagined in some sort of different way, because looking at that gateway featured, I think it's labeled G there. I don't think that's really celebrating the entrance into this park. And what it could potentially be. And something on that note, I know this is probably outside the limits of the park, but how does this connect to the Arboretum? I think this master plan isn't really reaching out towards the Arboretum and how you can pull more visitors into this larger space of Lake Wingra and how those two might be combined. I realize that's probably out of the this parcel here of the master plan, but I'm not really seeing that on this master plan and how that might be able to link to the overall Lake Wingra area. And really, and just in terms of the parking too, just south of the lagoon, I see a really long stretch of roadway connecting to the main shelter there that's really unutilized. And there's not a lot of value that I see in that long drive connecting to that parking lot in the middle. And I was just wondering if there's a better location for the main Pavilion D, if there could be a lot of cost savings if that road is shortened, or if that pavilion's placed somewhere else. But overall, I mean, I think the plan is pretty good, but just concerned with the high number of parking within the park. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Julie, I don't see any others wishing to speak. There are a couple other registrants, though.
Oh, none that wish to speak.
Okay. So that brings us to questions and comments by the commission. Christian. And then Shane.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I was wondering about the lagoon part of it. Would that be something that would be done by a ecological reconstruction firm? The part that was that you'd be looking at for the 50-50 to be, revert back to a bog project. What would be the thought behind that?
Most definitely. We would need to seek the advice of an environmental consultant regarding even the extent that we would like to return the depth, the open water depth for the lagoon. We don't have great records to what the original condition may have been for that. We have heard from the Yahara Fishermen's Association and some other sport fishermen clubs that as deep as we could go would be of interest to them. That would be advantageous to breeding grounds for fish that are desirable in Lake Wingra. So as to what would be a practical depth to dredge to and what we might be able to accommodate and most hopefully on site with the dredge spoils would be two factors that we would look to have a consultant weigh in on. Additionally, even with a return to a more vegetated condition on the eastern side there, we would most likely need to dredge at least a component of that. If even to a 6-foot depth, for example, the western side was dug out, you could kind of envision that the eastern side then might slough over or, sort of drain off of water. So we would really want to understand what would be the sweet point between the two sides to dredge to. We do understand from our city engineering staff, based on some core borings that we made last winter, that there are some problematic contaminants within the dredge material, arsenic, which is fairly common throughout Dane County, but in the city of Madison as well. And PAHs are known to be present in the sediment. It's not anything that would preclude us from being able to use it as fill material to perhaps grade out that open space and raise it up a bit to provide some more positive drainage. But we would need to look at capping it as well in order to use that effectively. So all of those items, we would seek some very definite input on before moving forward.
Okay, thanks.
Shane?
Thanks for the presentation. I thought Andy made some insightful comments, especially relative to the parking and just the amount of parking. I think you're definitely moving in the right direction with the reduction of focus on the vehicle and changing the vehicular circulation pattern. One thing that I saw in some of the other public comments that resonated with me was on the existing conditions here, the playground. I think they referred to it as Cheese Park up on the north side. Yeah. So I know just from firsthand experience living near Monroe Street in the Vilas neighborhood that a lot of foot and bike traffic kind of enters the park from that direction, and having a nice landing point, especially because of the topography there, it's kind of a natural attraction with the perched knoll and some of the beautiful trees that are in that area. So right now it looks like the new master plan is kind of void of anything in that space. I'm wondering if maybe some of the neighbors in public comments have a good point about retaining the playground, even though it's in close proximity to the others, or maybe at least having like some sort of feature or touch point, landing point on that north end of the park where the topography is higher. Maybe even kind of a natural play component as the counterpart to some of the more traditional play areas. But overall, I'm glad to see most of the improvements on this plan. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? The request is for an advisory recommendation to the approving body, which is, I think, the Parks Commission in this case. Jessica?
Yeah, I hope I didn't miss something somewhere, but can you elaborate on moving the main entrance from the 5 Point intersection you indicated over to, I forgot what the name of that street is, Campbell?
Mm-hmm. Certainly. So the thought or the thinking behind that in the draft is, I guess, severalfold, in that a 5 Point intersection here, and this has never been, I'll move up to the existing for more clarity. This has never been a proper 5 Point intersection. From what we can tell from ortho images over time, this was really how you sort of swung into the park property during the old Park and Pleasure Drive days. So via horse and buggy or very early type automobile, folks would come in here and did have the opportunity to swing north along the park. We have some really beautiful historic photos that show gatherings, flag ceremonies that were encouraged to have a more peaceful type of Independence Day celebration in the early 1900s, and continue along what was then called Edgewood Drive to points south in the park as well. And so that became formalized over time as pavement took the place of what was at that point gravel and dirt, but has never been an extremely satisfactory way to bring folks, especially who are new to the area and less familiar with entering, what would be one of the primary zoo entry points or access points. And the thought was that having a single in and out, as shown in the plan here, would also eliminate the need to have an exit that was also not really well designed originally onto Grant Street. In the current configuration of the North Zoo parking entrance, you can enter the zoo lot here and then make your way to one of the sides and find parking, or if those are busy, continue on to this nose-in parking, which is the 30 space stall here. And then if you don't find anything there, you continue on along the entry drive and exit at Grant, only to then navigate around the neighborhood and perhaps find an on-street parking spot, or make your way back to the south section of the park, which can be extremely difficult too if you're not familiar with the neighborhood and area, and come in over to the western side and on the historic bridge. So having a clear focus to an entry point, an exit point for that main and busiest parking lot, and eliminating that exit onto Grant Street was a primary driver to the Campbell Street in and out design suggestion. The former, 5-point intersection there at Drake and South Randall would become a pedestrian entry plaza, pedestrian only. The zoo, for its piece, was very excited about the idea that this could become, sort of a focal point and serve as a wayfinding mechanism for visitors from out of town as well. It would have, a place of quite prominence and the ability to offer perhaps some public art or other feature point. We do show, and I forgot to mention that, on the draft plan, the Annie Stewart Fountain as a proposed relocation to this area. That will not be moving forward in our final master plan iteration. MAC, the Madison Arts Commission, and with Karen Wolf, is currently pursuing its own process to understand what needs to happen to the sculptural elements of the fountain and begin the process of the careful dismantling and storage for some elements and possible restoration and rehabilitation of other pieces. The understanding is that it will not return as a functional fountain element, but as to its future, we aren't going to seek relocating it to this entryway. We were making the suggestion by way of offering that that could be a home for it and add to this overall visual entry space, as well as potentially a memorial shift location with some plaques or other items, in light of working with the Compassionate Friends and recognizing that we did need to find a more permanent home for the benches that are located around the shoe and featuring many, many names. We're working with that group as well and have identified a bridge treatment for those plaque items. So the Annie Stewart Fountain thought there has been put to rest, I guess, or is allowed to proceed on its own concurrent planning effort.
That answered the question?
I probably went into more than you're looking for there.
What the question was. Any other questions or comments? Tom.
Thank you. Kate, can you clarify how much parking, nose-in parking, occurs along that the drive to the south from the new expanded parking lot to the main pavilion? It looks like there's some planting in there, so I can't tell is the whole drive nose-in parking or how much of it is? Oh, there. Okay, that one. Yeah, that one. I'm sorry, that clarified.
Yes. So
parking spaces were. I just missed that.
Yep. Yeah. So the spaces are small in number, but probably more visible in your packet. But each of the proposed lots shows the parking that are being proposed within them.
Yeah.
So we've got 40.
There's 40 nose-in spaces along that road.
In its present condition?
No. There. Go back. Go back. Yes. That's okay. This shows. I missed. I apologize. So just where those larger blocks are, that's the nose-in parking area. Otherwise, just a drive.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this graphic, I would call your attention to, and feel free to spend some more time with it on your own. But we really do have a number of very inefficiently designed parking areas at present. The South Zoo is a great example of that. If you're able to swing by the park and view that we have a very wide lane in between what are marked out stalls. And that ostensibly was for bus queuing, but is of insufficient width to either provide more parking stalls or rework the lot around. So we have a very wide swath of pavement, but aren't able to really effectively park the number of cars that we could in that amount of impervious area. So although we are generally keeping in the proposed draft the number of spaces the same, we're able to reduce by almost 1.5 acres the amount of impervious of the park. We're calling that recovered green space.
Okay, so you're saying the actual parking number remains the same as current?
It's very close. We have 422 identified in our draft at present, and there are 429.
Okay, and there's actually less impervious pavement.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I see Alder Evers would like to make some comments.
Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to put my video on. Not that that's important, but I do want to say, speaking on behalf of residents from 3 different neighborhood associations, by and large, the most favored change in this new master plan is in the closing of Vilas Park Drive to vehicular traffic. I'm sure that you're all aware that part of the Shared Streets program meant that that would be was closed after the pandemic and has yet to reopen. And it has opened up the use of the appreciation of the Wingra shoreline to a much greater extent, reinforcing, I think, the inclination on the part of the consultant and the parks to move forward with closing this down. So that's very, very much appreciated. There are concerns, however, about expanding these parking lots and paving over some of the open space services. For example, in the northeast parking lot up near the zoo entrance, that section to the right there takes away some of the green space, open green space that's much treasured by the residents along South Randall. There's also concerns about moving the park entrance from Randall and Drake to Campbell and Drake, with the concern that that will back up traffic to the Bear Mound Circle, that the unintended consequences perhaps of doing so have not been fully thought out and have not been discussed with those who are experts in the burial mounds, that key archaeological site at the Bear Mounds Park. There are also concerns, as was referenced in the one commission member, about the consolidation of the playgrounds, and that perhaps needs to be reconsidered to a certain extent. And lastly, I would say that there is part of the typical frustration that when a big project like this goes forward, that residents are not convinced that the decisions were made and that the process engaged in was truly horizontal, but that there were elements of kind of a top-down administrative aspect where the planners put forth their ideas as to what they thought best, independent of input from residents in the community. I would ask regarding the parking, and I know that these changes would be coming some way down the road, that we would explore other transit alternatives in terms of getting people to the park. I had a conversation just recently with the president of St. Mary's Hospital about accessing their parking garage on weekends, which is largely unused. I think that there are a lot of options to explore before we start paving over open space in the park. It's said that there's actually less impervious space in this design. There is space that is lost to parking. And in this day and age, I think we need to be slow in making that step and making sure that we're exploring other alternatives. And lastly, I'll speak to one of those alternatives that I think that Madison should be considering, and that is of a circulator, one that could start at the Alliant Energy Center, could go up John Nolan and down Willie Street over to the new public market at First and Johnson, and then back up towards the state capitol and down State Street to Memorial Union, and then over up Monroe Street, and then to the zoo and back around. And that would, if we had a circulator like that, we would allow tourists and people who wanted to see our key sites in a way of doing so that will relieve the traffic burden and the parking requirements. Parks should be for open space, not for parking lots. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Alder Carter.
Thank you. I just have a quick question for Kate. Do we know how many visitors come to Vilas Park on an average? Has anyone calculated that?
That's a great question, Alder Carter. And unfortunately, we do not. One of the most difficult aspects of having parks without entry points, where we don't have a person in a box, basically, or an entry gate per se, is that we don't have a firm understanding of how many, the visitorship, the full number of visitors. As part of the master plan project here, we did undertake park observation studies and parking lot counts just to get a handle on the overall use, throughout seasons. And unfortunately, some of that was interrupted due to the pandemic. So shifts in the ability to park at certain locations, and while offering though an amenity, as Alder Evers pointed out, along Vilas Park Drive. But even that, it doesn't offer us a definitive look at a year's worth of visitorship in and out of the gate. And Vilas Park Drive itself does offer the opportunity. While driving along Vilas Park Drive, you're essentially visiting the park. You might not stop and do the things that some of us do at a park, walk a dog or throw a frisbee or go swimming. But you are coming into the park and visiting. So we know we have some traffic along those lines too. There's certainly folks that utilize Vilas Park Drive presently as a cut-through commuter route. But that counts as visitorship as well. And we didn't want to discount that idea. A vehicular user is a lesser user, or not the extent of a user.
Okay, thank you. The reason why I asked is I know that there's a lot of people who come into town and visit the zoo, have the picnics, etc. And I just want to make sure that, and I'm being sarcastic, but they don't have to walk 2 and 3 blocks to get there with their cooler and everything else. So, I mean, it is a community park / neighborhood park, but we cannot discount how many visitors we get outside of the area and outside of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, back to the commission. Any thoughts, emotions, questions? Stefan, is my microphone working?
It is, yes.
Oh, okay. Just wanted to be sure.
Chair, may staff add a quick comment?
Absolutely.
So this is an advisory recommendation. It sounds like some questions were asked. And if somebody wants to summarize an advisory recommendation or just refer to the staff report, I think that would be sufficient.
Thank you. Don't give up on me now. We have 10 more items to go.
Tom is ready for a comment?
Tom. Okay. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Sure. So I would move to recommend to the Parks Department that the plan go forward with the commentary that we received tonight, particularly related to, I believe, parking, number 1, playgrounds, and number 2, and perhaps Chris's issues about how to proceed with the moving the lagoon to its half of it to its more natural state. I think those are the 3 big ones. If I missed anything, I apologize, but those would be the 3 caveats to all full unbridled recommendations. So recommended with reexamination of those issues.
Okay. Lois? You're unmuted. Oh, I can't hear you though.
Oh, Jessica, the entranceway. Yeah.
I see Jessica also. I can ask to unmute you as well.
Yeah, Lois, are you having any luck?
No.
Okay, I just wanted to add into that I think a topic of concern is the new entrance.
Yeah.
And I think that's where a lot of, it seems like the majority of public feedback is focused as well.
Yeah.
I do want to note that it's very clear a lot of thought has been put into this, and it's a very thoughtful and responsive design. But I think the entrance off Campbell is kind of a bigger deal than we might be discussing tonight. So I'd like to add that to the items that Tom think should remain a focus.
I agree. Add that in.
Okay, so if he agrees, then is that a second, Jessica? I know, so looking for you on my screen. I'm gonna unmute you just to confirm. No, I'm sorry, you're still muted. There you go.
I will second that, yes.
Okay. How about now, Lois? Is that going to work?
How's that? Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Oh, good.
barely, but we can hear you.
How's that?
It's very faint, but I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to second that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right. We have a motion, seconded. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, then by unanimous consent, the motion on the advisory recommendation is passed. And thank you very much for a very complete presentation. And also thank you, alders and members of the community, for your input. That brings us, let's see, to item number 5, 1211.
Kate, can you stop share? Oh, sorry, Chair.
Yep, Fish Estuary Road.
So for this particular item, we do have Matt Tucker, the zoning administrator, who would like to speak before the development team presents. And then when the team is ready to present, Alex Cohen has registered to speak. And then there are other members of the team, Kyle and Melissa Huggins, who are available to answer questions. So Matt, you're up.
Thank you, and good evening, Commission. Nice to see you again. So we have in front of you tonight is a comprehensive design review for signage. As is typically the practice with the Urban Design Commission, when we're presenting these for discussion, when we are not dealing with these on the consent agenda, the Commission has asked me to focus the areas of my discussion on the areas of concern that staff have identified for signage for the Commission to noodle through. So I'll leave it to the applicant to talk about sort of the broader issues, and I'll be available to answer any questions that come up. But principally, the matters that we're discussing relate to there's 2 ground signs proposed on this building facing to the south. One is at the 5th story level on a mechanical, or above the 5th story level on the mechanical screen. And the other is a ground level sign right near the entrance. And as we identified in the staff report, we have some concern that the standards have not been satisfied for the provision of that sign. We're not really sure about what the intent or necessity of it is. Fairly decent sign. We just always want to stay within the standards of approval for CDR. That's why we identify that. The other matter that we pointed out relates to the size of the ground sign proposed. This is the main ground sign at the southwest corner of the site. There are a number of wayfinding parking directional type signs to get people visiting the site through the site. This is not those signs. What we're talking about is a large sign, and the city sign code has maximum size restrictions on those signs that relate to the number of lanes of traffic and the speed limit of vehicles driving down the road. In this case, we do not feel like an adequate case has been made relative to the standards of approval to grant a larger sign than the ordinance would otherwise allow. Typically, there's a matter of some kind of topographical or physical condition, a wide right-of-way, fast-moving cars, something that one could point to say the sign isn't necessarily visible as would be proposed as the code would allow. So our recommendation is that a sign of a similar size in compliance with the size requirements of the sign code be allowed. And with that, I will be available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Alex, you are up.
Great. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. And as you can see from the clock, that is a 3-minute limit that we ask applicants to abide by and with their presentation. Anytime you're ready, please, let's hear your presentation.
Feel free to hit start and move to the next slide, please. I'm Alex Cohn. I'm with Exit Design. We've been engaged by SSM Health to provide some assistance in locating and designing signage at this site. What you see on this page here is location 002, which you see on the left is that large sign that was mentioned along Fish Hatchery Road. The smaller signs you see to the right are some of the smaller wayfinding signs that will push people on inner roads to parking and drop off. Next slide, please. There are two illuminated signs at the top penthouse level of this building. This sign right here faces towards the south. It would appear blue at night and appear white blue during the day and white at night. If you click to the next slide, you'll see the nighttime version. There you go. As you'll see, the entire facade of this building does have glass, so there will be a decent amount of light during operating hours, and the signage will be lit white as well at night. Next slide, please. The second illuminated sign is along the east facade. As you see here, this sign is on the stone of the building. And if you click to the next slide, you will see that this sign also illuminates white at night. And if you go to, and I should say that the illumination technique here is internally illuminated channel letters. So these are letters made out of aluminum sides. The face would be a frosted acrylic, and the light would be diffused through that acrylic. Next slide, please. And then there are two non-illuminated signs. These are along Fish Hatchery Road. This one right here is on a second story. It's much smaller in scale. This one would be blue all the time. There is no illumination for this sign. And then if you go to the next slide, you'll see there is a similar smaller sign at the base of the pedestrian entrance off of Fish Hatchery Road. Again, not illuminated to respect the fact that there is a residential neighborhood immediately across the street from here. Next slide. And finally, we have a diagram here showing where the two illuminated signs are, which direction those illuminated signs will be facing, and the relative distance to other parts of Madison. And that is all for the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I believe that's it for the registrants wishing to speak. Are there any questions from the commission for either the applicant or Mr. Tucker? Craig.
Thanks, Cliff. I guess my question for the applicant would be, we heard from Mr. Tucker discuss what the limits of the signage ordinance are, and I didn't hear anything specifically of what the justification or rationale is for going beyond those limitations. So that's what I'd like to hear, if you could. Thank you.
Sure, yes, I can respond to that. I think the main concern, I believe, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, is the sign along Fish Hatchery Road. Our intent is really for that sign to be legible to people driving down the road and also high enough up that cars would not block it. So if I'm driving down the road, the sign would still be visible if there was a line of traffic in front of me.
Craig, did that answer your question?
Not really. I guess this is where we always look at, as equity, obviously, when people are asking for exceptions. We're trying to look for, a reason why. Obviously, everybody wants the biggest sign they can. And trust me, you're not the first one that's asked for this. So what we're always looking at as far as the justification is there something abnormal or unique about this that would warrant, exception to this or some other extenuating circumstance we're not seeing. So I guess from what I'm hearing, it's just we would like a bigger sign.
I think the rationale that we would argue is the fact that we want it to be visible along the road to cars who are driving, especially with traffic in front of it. I do recognize the concern that you are all saying, and I think it is something we can look at and really take seriously and see if there's a way we can be happy on our end with a sign that doesn't fit into the required sizes that the UDC states.
Russell.
So similarly, Matt and staff have pointed out the south elevation sign. Alex, if you could explain why you have a specific need for that particular sign. It's shown on Janine. The slide is, I don't have a number here. 8.
We think it's important that as visitors and patients go, I'm sorry, which one exactly are we talking about? This one right here?
It is not shown on this. If for some reason it wasn't in your presentation, Alex, I could screen share and show it. I have it up.
Okay.
If it would be helpful. Give me a second. I had it up. Okay, just a second. All right. Okay, if someone could nod and just let me know that they're seeing something on the screen. So this is the sign code allows you basically one signable area per facade. This is the obvious big one. This is that extra secondary one at the entrance that we're talking about.
Got it. So as the commission may or may not be aware of, this is the first of what might be a number of different SSM Health buildings in this vicinity on what, for lack of a better word, we can call a campus. And each of these buildings would have a different address. And our goal in terms of our wayfinding methodology is really to refer to these buildings by the address. So this building is being referred to as 1201 Fish Hatchery Road. A future building would have a different address. And we want to make sure that patients are entering into the correct building where their appointment is supposed to occur.
Matt, do you see that as being over and above what, say, the fire department would require for addressing?
Yes, it is larger than the minimum standard for an address,
okay.
Which is why we are treating this as a secondary sign. Yes.
Craig?
Thanks, Cliff. Just to follow that up, as far as wayfinding, is that sign then anticipated being a vehicular wayfinding, or are you going to be having pedestal signage, as you kind of show in some of your other ones, that would list where people would turn to then get to parking, and then associated signs to then get into the building? I'm wondering what the rationale is between that sign again.
There will be vehicular directional signs leading you towards parking lots or drop-off areas. However, as part of the master plan for this campus, there may be shared parking lots for multiple buildings. So someone may be the signs may successfully navigate someone to a parking lot where they need to park, but then they might see two different buildings and need to know whether they're going to 1201 Fish Hatchery Road or whether they're going to 1230 Fish Hatchery Road.
So this sign there wouldn't be any other pedestrian wayfinding signs from the parking lot? That's where I'm trying to understand.
No, there are all of the signs currently programmed are vehicular signs. There are not any pedestrian scale signs. Could a pedestrian utilize a vehicular sign? Possibly, but the main intent of the signs all along the campus now are for vehicles.
Yeah, I guess, can you explain again, and this is where I'm trying to see from your presentation of, as you enter in, what are vehicular signs to get you to that building, and then there's no other monumental signs for parking to get the person there. I'm thinking, in the larger parking lot, how are they going to then find their way to that building to know to walk that way by the time they get to visual distance of that sign?
I think that's a valid concern. I think we could consider adding pedestrian signs if the commission feels that's necessary.
Well, I'm just trying to understand your solution. I'm not necessarily pointing in one direction. I'm just trying to ask some questions to understand the rationale between this larger sign that goes against our sign ordinance and
Sure.
how you're planning on getting people up there.
I think in terms of the size, we could look at reducing the scale of the sign under the awning to fit into what the fire department recommends. I am very steadfast in thinking there needs to be an address, and obviously the fire department agrees. But our exact solution is something that can be re-looked at.
Okay, I'll yield, Cliff. There's a couple other hands up. I probably asked enough questions. Thank you.
See, Rafiq, Matt, maybe Matt can clarify something, and then we'll go to you, Rafiq, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you. In Alex's defense, he's not necessarily familiar with our city sign code, and it's 70 pages of joy for those that try and jump in from the outside. It can be quite complicated. There's going to be plenty of opportunity for them to have a legal address on the front of this building. The fire department requirements, when one meets that requirement, that is not considered a sign. We've had other situations where people use things like etched glass when they wanted to kind of put addresses or things like that. And those would be legal window signs. Those are signs that don't require permits, and there's a square footage allotment for that. This submittal is just, it is what it is. It is a wall sign. It's much bigger than the address allowance, and that's really the only reason. And it's a much simpler than a complicated thing about not knowing where it was or not having the fire department figure out where it is. I mean, that's all going to be taken care of. I think it's all the ways for vehicles and people to get into this parking lot. There's lots and lots of wayfinding signs to get people around. When you're in the parking lot, you know where the clinic is.
Thank you. Rafiq.
Nope. He answered it. I was going to ask the same question that he just answered. So I would like to make a motion.
Yes, sir.
Oh gosh, I completely forgot what I agree with Matt. I don't think it's an exception for the address sign. So however that needs to be stated.
So your motion would be for referral on that sign?
I don't know if it needs to be referred. Does it need to be referred? I mean, because if it doesn't change, it's not going to, our position isn't going to change. So I would motion that they make it applicable or
so the motion would be to deny that the sign as designed in the package then?
Right, the address. The rest of them are okay if I'm not misunderstood, right?
Hold on. Okay. There we go.
There's still the question about the larger ground sign at the southwest corner of the site.
And we can take them one at a time and separate them if we have to.
The applicant doesn't sound like he's like putting up a fight here for like So is he okay with just making them all comply and moving on?
Well, I mean, whether he is or not, we have to make a recommendation and a motion based on what we've heard and what the staff report says. I'm going to invite Alder Evers back to weigh in on this.
Thank you, Chair. I want to comment on the illuminated signs, if I may. First of all, I want to thank SSM for not having an illuminated sign facing Fish Hatchery. In the public information meetings we had, the neighborhood meetings, the steering committee meetings, this issue came up out of concern for the residents who live along Fish Hatchery across the street, but not only them, also with respect to the view shed visible from Wingra Park and Lake Wingra. I do want to raise the concern, and perhaps this needs to be dealt with on an ordinance level citywide, about why we have illuminated signs in buildings that are not occupied at night, and is it really necessary? And I'm worried about this one sign facing South Park that may be in fact visible from Monona Bay or Lake Monona shorelines. One of the reasons why I'm so animated about this and asking these questions, because the view shed at Lake Wingra is somewhat interrupted by a building that's 6 to 8 stories tall out by the Beltline that is lit up all night. And this is not an illuminated sign. It's just these people allow their office building to be lit up all night. And if you're out watching the moonrise, sorry to rhapsodic here, it's a really beautiful moment. And then you see this damn building that's all lit up. And it seems like in this day and age, we ought to be mindful of the aesthetics of trying to maintain a natural view shed whenever possible. So I would ask that SSM consider perhaps not illuminating the signs. And does that put them at a competitive disadvantage? I don't think so. Everybody's going to know where the clinic is and what it's for. And perhaps they could be trend setting at a time where we're looking to be more sustainable, use less energy, be more wise with respect to the threats of climate change. So that's my soapbox here, and thank you for letting me speak.
Okay, thank you. Tom?
Yeah, actually, Tag brings up a good point. I presently can see the big Findorf crane sign where this building is going up, which is maybe a story taller, but it's lit all night and it is annoying. So the one thought I had is, could those the signs taller on the higher on the building be backlit instead of face lit? It's a subtler lighting, it's less obtrusive, it's still visible at night, but it's not quite as strong as face lit signs. So I just throw that out as a suggestion. Yeah, the other thing is, personally for me, the monument sign or the main ground sign, I would recommend that it be reduced in scale. It's almost 70 feet per face, and I think the recommendation is 40. I think it could come down somewhat in size. It doesn't have to be quite that big. Those are my two thoughts.
Okay, well, I have you on the line. Rafiq had made a motion that was directed specifically to the wall sign. Are you offering to second the motion with additional language toward the ground sign?
I would, yes. So to reduce the size of the address sign down to what's required, and then also reduce the ground sign to, it doesn't have to be exactly 40 feet per face, but 69 is pretty big. So something more modest, and examine the idea of backlighting the two signs that are tall on the building. That would be my motion.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion? No, wait a minute. You did second the motion. Rafiq made the original motion, and you offered a friendly amendment and seconded it. So is there any discussion on the motion?
I I hate to do this because I think it's pretty straightforward. I just recommend that we would go back to what Matt has recommended in his staff report, just to keep it a little cleaner. That's just my comment. But we can see how it goes. That's just my comment.
Okay.
If I could jump in really quick.
Yes, sir.
Also, sorry, I was trying to raise my hand, but somehow I got mated to be a co-host, I guess. We would need more clarity in that regard on the size of the ground sign than just less than, but more than, I think. And obviously, we also want any size to be based upon some rationale or reason as to exactly why. This is why we have people to provide us those long views and things like that to effectuate their arguments about size. And so our recommendation would be to stick with the code of maximum 40 square feet.
And modify the motion to make it 40 feet per code. Unless they come up with a really good excuse.
Rafiq.
So my motion was to make him all comply with what Matt said. That was my motion.
And that sounds more and more like what the discussion is leading us to.
Yeah, I think
the initial motion was seconded with some offering of some additional language, and upon further discussion, I think that's what Craig was getting at is to make the motion that the signs comply with the sign ordinance.
I accept that. That's fine.
Okay. All right. So the motion is seconded. If I see no other hands raised, then by unanimous consent, the application for the exceptions is denied. We ask that you work with staff to bring them into compliance, and then we won't have to see you again. Thank you very much. Okay, I think, Janine, that gets us to item number 8, if I'm not mistaken. And item number 8 is 1 through 19 North Pinckney.
Correct. So there are members of the design team, development team that are available to speak. And those members include, I'm just going to pull this up here to make sure I have the latest and greatest, Mark Binkowski, Brad Binkowski, David Jennerhan, and Tom Daly.
Okay. Thank you very much. We saw you last meeting. Really had a good, thorough presentation. We ask that you keep it to 3 minutes, and particularly if you have anything new to share with us since last time, that would probably be most pertinent. Anytime you're ready.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair, and the rest of the commissioner members. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Wonderful. So, as you mentioned, what is in front of you is the American Exchange development, back for a second time. Janine, if you could flip to the next slide. Thank you.
Oops, sorry.
No problem. Oh, one before that. Thank you. Perfect. So we are here to talk about the redevelopment of these underutilized properties to really revitalize this block of the square. The goal is to create a dynamic mixed-use project to add 22,000 square feet of retail space to the sidewalk and 300,000 square feet of office space. On the next slide, you'll see that rendering of what that looks like. And on the next slide, really the foundation of this is the underground parking. The access off of Webster Street is the only viable location due to the grades, which also positions that vehicular entrance and exit along the outer loop. And this is really the key to creating an exceptional urban infill project, is getting that parking underground, as well as allowing us to comply with the first 2 requirements of UDD 4. And the next slide shows just how important that underground parking is, because it allows us to create a dynamic ground floor retail presence. So by bringing retail to both East Washington and Pinckney Street, it's various sizes and configurations. It really brings pedestrians to all of the various street frontages, which our architects will talk more about later, but it's creating an engaging pedestrian experience all the way around the block and not just having it be Capitol Square fronting. So on the next slide is just a highlight. As Chair, you mentioned, we've been in front of you for the rezoning and then Plan Commission and Common Council after that. So the plan development rezoning has been conditionally approved, and what we're here to talk about tonight are the Urban Design District 4 standards and really focusing on the building design standards. On the next slide, it's just a reminder of those existing conditions. You all are very familiar with this, but the buildings are really devoid of life and activity. And so if you'll flip to the next slide, you'll show how this development really reimagines the whole block, and particularly Pinckney Street, to create a vibrant block that better fits the energy and the development that has occurred elsewhere around the Capitol Square. And we didn't want to lose sight of the historic scale of the block. And so with that, I will turn it over to our architect, David Jennerjohn, to talk further about that. Thank you.
Great. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Excellent. So at Pinckney Street, key importance to us was preserving the pedestrian scale and character of the street facade that faces the square to honor its history and tradition of small business retailing. Here you can see in the new buildings the mix of 2, 3, and 4-story building elements that create that dynamic streetscape, and how the upper office floors are set back from the property lines and the street edges. Next slide, please. An East Washington streetscape respects the restored American Exchange Block Bank building on the west end of the block, with the upper office floors housed in a sophisticated curved glass facade that bends away from the corner and gives prominence to the bank building. A new 6-story building clad in a Midwestern limestone anchors the Webster and Washington corner, helping to form a gateway to Capitol Square. Next, please. For the Webster Street elevation, it was important to the development that the massing step down in scale as it stretches north toward Mifflin Street. In addition, the new 6-story stone-clad building holds and turns the corner at East Washington. Next slide, please. In this closer view of the Washington-Webster corner, you can see the details of the 2-story office building lobby with its sophisticated glass entry wall, the limestone and granite-based detailing, new planters, signage, subtle accent lighting. I'll show the attention paid to making this corner an important, safe, and active pedestrian focus. Next slide, please. Looking west towards the square, you can see how the new contemporary building components mesh with and respect the American Exchange building. The sidewalk experience is enlivened through a variety of materials, new canopies, space for street cafes, and new retail entrances. Next slide, please. So the full streetscape design on Pinckney also respects the scale of important adjacent landmark properties to the north, the ones that house the Old Fashioned, as well as integrate with the project's landmarks, the American Exchange building and the relocated 7 North Pinckney building. The new storefront elements in between respect the pedestrian scaled historic platting dimensions of 22, 33, and 44 feet wide. Next slide, please. So we have a series of detailed material palette images for each building component that show the high quality materials to be used. You have them in your packet. I'll go through a couple of them. Here, immediately adjacent to the American Exchange building is a Minnesota limestone is used to match the Madison sandstone to clad this new partner building. All the new buildings have a durable granite base course and distinct anodized aluminum storefronts and windows. Next slide, please. In this view, you can see the office building's Pinckney Street lobby entrance. Again, sophisticated glass entry, stone cladding, granite base, signage, distinctive accent lighting. Next slide, please. If I could do one more, that's all right. Here at the relocated 7 North Pinckney building, the historic terracotta window surrounds and the balustrade cornice and brick detailing will be restored and reconstructed. A new storefront will be created to recall the original active ground level retail shop. And there's 4 more, but I could hand it off to Tom Daly if that's a issue.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Can we advance to the next slide, please? So adjacent to the relocated Center 7, we've constructed a new modern terracotta facade with a gridded opening. And it echoes the terracotta in Center 7, but does it in a slightly more contemporary way. The granite base course that David mentioned continues down this portion of the block as well, with some metal accents that clad the perimeters of the windows. Next slide, please. Stepping over to the East Washington Webster building. This is the area that David mentioned earlier with the Midwestern limestone that accentuates the gridded opening and the high quality glass and metal surrounds of the curtain wall or storefront system. Once again, the granite base continues here, and there's a more highly articulated curtain wall that exists at that lobby entrance, setting it off and giving it a little bit more prominence. Next, please. And as we step around to the parking entrance, you can see that same materials we just described over on the left, and then an all aluminum curtain wall starts to take over the parking entrance and the tower portion of the building. Next slide. And finally, at the Webster loading, it's a masonry facade, very simply articulated with some glazing and the loading dock door for that secondary loading access that we talked about previously. Next slide. One of the things we spent a fair bit of time on during this process is trying to get as much of the mechanical space inboard of the building as we could, limiting the impact of any rooftop mechanical equipment. This is done by using a large chunk of the second floor in the northeast corner to house that mechanical equipment, really limiting us to just using the area in between the 2 elevator cores up on the roof. Next slide. So here you see the few mechanical elements that are required to be up on the roof. And based on the effort that we've had, we're able to fit those in between the 2 elevator overruns and then clad that entire area with a high quality material just to minimize the visual impact of that equipment. And we've really taken great pains to minimize the overall area needed for screening. Next slide, excuse me. Here you can see the perforated aluminum panel that surrounds not only the mechanical area, but we also clad the overruns in it as well. It's a material that will wear exceptionally well and provides a higher quality than you usually see on elevator overruns. Next slide. Here's the view from the terrace at our neighbors across the street, where you can see the minimal impact that rooftop screening has on their view, as well as how we set the building back to open up the view of the Capitol to that area. Next slide. And with this, I'd like to turn it over to Brad Binkowski.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So, the urban design district guidelines we take very, very seriously. And when you look at the quality of the materials, you look at the compatibility with the existing structure, that this whole project has been designed around. We think it's really going to become a lasting landmark in the downtown, and something that really kind of again builds off of the historic, American Exchange building. Every side of the building, is detailed and articulated. If you can go to the next slide, please, to make it feel like it's not a forgotten facade. Every side of the building is scaled to minimize the impact of the tower and to relate to the adjoining structures. Every side, if you can go to the next slide, please. Every slide of the block has articulation and scale that will make it one of the most, I think, unique and interesting retail restaurant environments in the downtown. Every single building facade has been very carefully scaled. If you can go to slide 28, please. We also, in the last appearance before the Urban Design Commission, there were questions about the roof terraces. I think 28, please.
I'm not sure which one is 28.
Oh, ours are labeled at the bottom. So it's the view of the roof terraces with the Capitol in the background, Janine. Next slide, I think, maybe.
Is this it?
Yes. So this really shows a view of the roof terraces and the way that we're really trying to bring outdoor space to the block. If you look at the next picture, the next slide, it shows you the impact of the afternoon summer solstice sun on the courtyards. And the courtyards get used, in our experience, since we have a number of them in Block 89, in the afternoon and early evening, particularly in the summer and the fall. The courtyards are really designed so that they really make it, they capture the sun in the afternoon, face the Capitol Square, and are really set up. Most of the southern, or the roof terraces that face East Washington Avenue are shaded in the afternoon, as you can see from the solar study, and wouldn't get the sun, and we think wouldn't get the use. So even the courtyards have been very carefully designed. We were pretty excited. We think it's going to be a project that adds a lot of life, activity, and character to downtown Madison.
Thank you. Julie or Janine, I believe there are some members of the public that wish to address us tonight.
Yes. First, we have Jose Luis Granados speaking in opposition, followed by Sarah Granados in opposition.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. First, I would like to thank the members of the commission for giving us the opportunity to speak up. We understand that this is the last time we get to speak up in defense, or not in defense, or just publicly. One thing I do want to clarify, and I made this clarification last time at City Council, is that we never wanted this project to shut down or not happen or anything. We always maintained it was just the mass of it what we had a issue because of the view from the restaurant. But again, that's everybody has said their piece. Next slide, please. Okay. I wish I could talk more, but I can't. Restaurants are closing every day. And people, we're laying people off, and it's not good. I know we'll get through this, but sorry if I'm not all there here tonight. It's hard. It's been a hard week. All I'm trying to do is protect the future of our families. And I consider families all of our employees and managers and dishwashers and everybody. So my only ask is that you are the last body of approval. We don't get another chance to do anything. I just ask that you take in consideration that the view or can be just take in consideration some of the items that are going to be mentioned later. Again, I'm struggling right now, but I apologize. Yeah, I'm not defeated, but I'm just very disappointed. I think I'm not a construction guy. I don't know what it takes to change things, but I thought that in this table it could have been a win-win situation for everybody. And now I'm just worried about the 170,000 people that come to us every year, what they're going to be looking at. So if you are conscious of what our guests are going to look at, like is the lights are going to be on at night and all of those things, now that's our concern. So now that it is what it is, what our guests are going to look at, what are they going to look at? Once again, thank you for all listening to us. Last thing I will say, restaurants are closing every day. Any gift card you buy from that restaurant, it helps us to keep our employees. Don't forget that. And I know times are going to be difficult, but restaurants are closing every day. And if you can communicate that message to all your friends, you're saving restaurants when you do that. That's it. I'm out. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Sarah Granados is next, speaking in opposition.
Sarah, you should have a prompt to unmute yourself. There you go.
Yep. Hi, this is Sarah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Next slide, please. Alrighty. So as part owner of Enovino Downtown, I feel that it's very important to speak to you all about how much the public access to the Capitol building from the restaurant has meant to Madison residents and visitors to the Madison area. I'd like to emphasize tonight that I'm not opposed to the development of this block, but I would like for the commission to ensure that special attention is paid to the details of this project. Any development would be improvement to this currently underutilized space on the Capitol Square, but I truly believe that extra attention should be paid to the details of this $130 million development. We started a change.org petition to capture how people feel about the potential loss of this access to the Capitol building. To date, over 1,600 signatures have been received, primarily from Madison and Dane County, but also from across the country. And we even received a few international signatures indicating the impact that this visit to Madison has meant to people. Enovino is a unique, special place, not a landmark in the traditional sense, but there is a major public outcry saying this is special and unique, and I believe that additional improvements to this design could be requested. We cannot allow the city of Madison to lose this community asset. In 2019 alone, over 170,000 people visited the restaurant spaces to view the Capitol building from this unique perspective. We are asking that you allow the necessary time to be taken to ensure that the design details of this development are thoroughly reviewed, taking special consideration to the impact of the existing publicly accessible views from our adjacent property. I'm concerned that we have not seen detailed project renderings that illustrate what these 170,000 guests will be looking at annually. If the commission is going to grant approval this evening, I'd like to request that conditions are attached to the approval that address some of these details, such as specifics regarding what the rooftop mechanicals are going to look like, what nighttime lighting will look like, what sort of sound and lighting impacts will be to adjacent properties, and things along those lines. I just wanted to thank you very much for considering our concerns and for your time. Again, we're not trying to block the project, but would like special attention to be paid to what the 170,000 visitors to this adjacent building will look out at. If the commission is going to grant approval this evening, I would just like to request that conditions are attached that address the concerns that we have sent. So thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Next, we have Robert Proctor speaking in opposition, to be followed by Bridget Maniaci.
Good evening. I'm Robert Proctor, the attorney for Enovino. The UDD4 design standards make clear that this commission should address the impact that ULI's project will have on adjacent properties. There are a number of the specific design requirements and guidelines under UDD4 that apply to the impact that this project will have on Enovino. Those include the requirement regarding mechanical elements mounted on the roof or on the ground pads shall be screened from views from adjacent properties, that the structures should be designed to be compatible with the structures that are adjacent to them, that all the building elevations are of importance should be carefully designed. When visible from the roadways or adjoining properties, the roof surfaces should be considered as part of the overall design. The architecture of new infill buildings should be compatible with those of the existing adjacent buildings. As you've heard, Enovino's main issue is the impact that the proposed project will have on what the 170,000 people a year who look out from Enovino will see from the 9th and 10th floor of the AC Hotel. If the commission is going to approve ULI's proposal, it should include conditions to mitigate the negative impact on the enjoyment and value of Enovino. Next slide, please. At minimum, the approval should include the proposed conditions set forth on this slide. It should not be controversial to include such conditions, since ULI in its presentation has indicated its desire to meet the design standards and has set forth renderings that would satisfy many of these conditions. Many of the items I'd like to highlight just a few of the extremely important points. The first one being the building mass. The building mass should not encroach in the above grade of East Washington Avenue right away. It should be stepped back at the 7th floor. That would be our first suggested condition. The second suggested condition would be regarding the rooftop mechanicals. This shouldn't be controversial because ULI, as they have shown, intends to screen those materials. We would like to see the condition to make sure that there would be the follow through. There should also include in the condition that ULI should reduce the size of the rooftop mechanicals enclosures as much as possible to the stairwell and elevator overruns. Finally, just quickly on these points, the railings on the East Washington Avenue 7th floor terrace, we would like there to be a condition to make sure that there's transparency, that it's transparent and there won't be an obstruction to the views of the Capitol Dome. The 9 proposed conditions will minimize the impact that this proposed project will have on the adjacent properties. This is a massive structure. These conditions are necessary to ensure that UDD 4 standards are met and to provide staff the ability moving forward to address those details that will impact the adjacent properties. Thank you.
Our last public speaker is Bridget Maniaci, speaking in opposition.
I'm gonna hit unmute again.
We can hear you.
Okay, there we go. Perfect. All right, let's go to the next slide. Excellent. All right. So summary, we've been here before. We appreciated the conversation that was had at the last meeting. We think there were some very good comments about looking at that north side of the site. We would still love a conversation, and it's our understanding if you guys really wanted to, you could look at taking a floor off the building. You could look at requiring a shift of the tower and the massing. The realistic Politico in me says, all right, perhaps given the council and plan commission with their decision on the zoning, that this is not something that UDC wants to consider tonight. So let's have a conversation about what you may be willing to consider. And that's where we'd like you to look at some terms and conditions along with the approval this evening, if you guys are looking to move towards an approval. As Pepe mentioned, he goes by Pepe, also Jose, that's his given name. They have over 130 current employees. A lot of people use the space. There's significant concerns about what this is going to function like. If they're going to have a large office building that accommodates 2,000 employees on a daily basis, what those impacts to sound and light, how is this going to function on a tight site with the outer Capitol Loop and rush hour traffic? So there's a lot of concerns about what the rooftop is going to look like. You can look across the downtown for good and bad examples of what rooftops look like. If you go to the next slide, there should be another slide. Yeah, the UDD 4 standards, and this is what we'd like you to look at as the basis and justification for putting some terms and conditions on this very large $130 million project. So we've sent it off to you, the language that we'd like you to look at for conditions. There wasn't anything in the staff report. So, but a lot of kind of language leaning towards looking at you guys to give some terms and conditions. So we thought we'd provide some language of things that are important to the property owners so that when folks come and use the site across the street and they look at the building, the properties have some mitigated impact to what the usage will be for years and years moving forward. If you guys want to open a conversation about really seeing project design changes here, that would be great too. What is the nighttime landscape going to look like for the post 5 p.m. crowd when this building has its highest usage, when these floors have its highest usage? So with that, happy to answer any questions and would love to discuss further. Thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you for your comments. Julie, are there any more registrants?
No, I don't see any.
Okay.
I mean, we have registrants. We do have registrants that I can list off their names. We just don't have registrants who wish to speak.
Okay, that's fine. Those can be entered into the Legistar record.
Okay.
Rafiq, I see you have your hand raised.
Yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't here at the last meeting. I missed what seems like some really good conversation about this project. So I have two questions. One is for you, Cliff. This is for, on the agenda, this is for final approval?
Yes, that's right. Last time we just approved the zoning, the PD zoning changes we did not review the project against the UDD standards at that time.
Okay. My second question is for the applicant. There was a rendering of the project, and you said from our neighbors across the street, and I'm assuming that the neighbors would be the restaurant. But that slide, you were rushing because you were about to be out of time. So the slide went very quickly. Can we put that slide back up? And I know
I apologize, Rafiq. Which slide was that?
He said it was a view from our neighbors across the street.
Yeah, it was the one from the hotel's terrace, looking toward the Capitol, and then I think there was also an interior view as part of that same image. And I don't know who from the development team would like to address it, but Stefan, you can unmute them, and one can address the Rafiq's question.
Yep. So Brad, you're unmuted right now.
Perfect.
Brad, did you need anyone else unmuted?
No, you can unmute Mark if you'd like.
Okay.
So we aren't quite yet at the right slide. It's the rooftop slide. I think it's.
Is it toward the end or toward
I think it was further toward the beginning because
it's towards the end.
It is.
Yeah, yep. Slide 23. So it's 7 or 8 from the end, I believe.
Okay. I apologize for the bad driving.
There's a lot of slides in there, so no problem. That's the one, I believe. Right, Rafiq?
24?
Yep, this is the one.
There's a lag on my end, so I'm still looking at current Pinckney streetscape.
Me too.
one before that.
One before that.
This one?
Yeah.
20. Okay.
Perfect. And we'll let everyone else catch up.
Yeah, because I'm still behind. Okay.
So, does everybody have this the screen view of slide 23?
Yes.
You know, we took very seriously Vino's comments about, what do you see from mechanical equipment? And again, it starts, as Tom Daly explained, by putting everything possible inside of the building so that noise, from boilers, from cooling towers, aren't directed out. They're really kind of directed up. This is the view from the Vino outside deck of what they would see of the building facade with the penthouse enclosure for the elevators and the penthouse enclosure for the mechanical equipment. Because the mechanical equipment is contained in between the two elevator, overruns, really, it's relatively narrow. I don't think it's going to have any appreciable impact on Vino's view. And again, you can hardly see it. As you go back further, the view is not going to change appreciably as you go further to the east. So we've tried to create a very sophisticated, upper mechanical and elevator enclosure that reflects the outside of the building. That really is going to make this an event or an enclosure that disappears to the greatest possible extent.
Does that cover it, Rafiq?
Yeah, I just wanted to see this slide again. I will say that I like this project. I'm not necessarily, I wasn't born and raised in Madison. I'm from a bigger city, so I appreciate density and all that brings to a downtown area. And I think this project is, I think it's a well-designed project. I was kind of surprised that I didn't hear a lot of pushback from fellow commissioners on the modern top, versus the traditional bottoms, because we talked about that on other buildings around the square. But I like how you guys kind of blended it and made them compatible where they need to be compatible. They contrast where they need to contrast. I think it's a very well-designed project that will do some good. I do think it's unfortunate that views get blocked, but I think that's a part of being in a downtown urban area where you're not right off the square. If there's space between it at some point, you got to think that might get taken up. Somebody might buy it and build there, and it's unfortunate because that is a world-class view. So yeah, like I said, I like the design, and I like how you guys tried to do what it seems like. You tried to take that into somewhat consideration with the way that the building kind of curves and steps back at that corner.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rafiq. Tom, and then Lois.
Thank you. Quick question while you're on slide 23. The railings on this terrace shown here are shown as very, very transparent, possibly glass. Are these the ones that the Vino folks were concerned about, and are they going to be glass as shown?
They are going to be glass as shown. We want them to be completely as transparent as possible so that there's no interruption of view or no focus on anything other than the view.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that it, Tom?
Yeah, that's it for now.
Okay. Lois, and then Russell.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. Could Janine, if you go to slide number 14, it shows number 7 Pickney, kind of on an angle. And I do want to say I really appreciate, I like how this project has developed. I think that there's a lot of really great features and the materials used. My one issue is with number 7. I think having these balconies proud of that nicely defined vertical and the cap that come down kind of detracts. And it also, I think, detracts from the historic building next to it. It's a little too pushed out. I would prefer if those balconies were not proud of the horizontal or the vertical walls on either side.
May I respond?
Yes, please.
In this rendering, particularly with the illustration of the underside lighting, I completely agree. The balconies aren't designed to be as a defining element of the overall composition of the street. I think we could certainly look at reducing the projection of those. And we'd like something usable. We'd like somebody to be able to step out on a balcony and enjoy the Capitol views. But I think we certainly are willing to look at trying to cut those back to make them less dominant and to really kind of redo the underside material, because I think that white plane and the way it's rendered is far too dominant. Look at the soffit at the entry to the office lobby in comparison. I think we really need to look at changing those materials, if you'd agree.
Mm-hmm. And then even the there's another. It's not numbered. I'm sorry. It's another slide from the opposite view. Looking back towards East Washington on Pinckney, and that also really illustrates how I think it keep going. Because you're almost to it.
I think it's going to be towards the end, perhaps slide 6. So just a few from the end, I do believe.
Is it slide 26?
It's not numbered on mine. I'm sorry.
Yep.
There it is. See how far out they are. I think they really they draw too much attention to that particular address. I think they need to be pushed back. I think it would be much more successful and more respectful to the two historic buildings on either side.
I agree.
And you're always welcome.
Material.
And you're welcome to push the storefront back further if you still need usable balcony space.
Right.
Actually, the Urban Design Commission or the city in our first submission, we had the storefronts pushed back further. The city asked that we bring them out to the property line because that's where the historic, scale of the storefronts were. So I think shortening the balcony and changing the material is really the right solution.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay,
that was my only comment.
Oh, thank you. Russell?
Thank you, Cliff. I was gonna comment. I appreciate having the time to see this project, and the more I look at this project, it changes for me, and mostly for the good. I was going to comment to Rafiq's point about the tower. One thing that sticks out to me is that so much great work has been done to preserve the pedestrian scale and the historic facades and the streetscape, and to keep the context. There's so much effort to keep the context with everything around in the square, and then you have a tower that is, to me, completely out of context with its bottom. So I do wonder if I looked back through the various versions of the tower that have come before us, and there was much more solid material on previous versions, and I wonder if there's still an opportunity. I think there is still a great opportunity to take some of the wonderful materials, high quality materials you're using on the streetscape, and carry those up in vertical. I'd hate to lose the curtain wall and the performance and the quality of that. I love that part of the project. I just wonder if you can take vertical elements up, maintaining curtain wall that connect somehow the streetscape to the tower more. I have several comments. I'm going to keep them to just two high level ones. I mean, this is really like 8 projects that are kind of sitting here before us in some ways. So I have a lot of comments, but I'm just going to throw two comments here for now. And then the next one, this one's a little more elusive. You've provided a wonderful illusion with the streetscape, but then as far as level 2 and up, the floor layouts are, can be carved up pretty flexibly. I'm wondering from the design team and the developer if you're planning for any kind of ways to somehow preserve the exterior experience of those interiors. If there was a really dramatic element that carried through, say, a wall color from one facade, if you will, through to the other facade, it might kind of undercut this wonderful illusion you've helped create. So I'm going to leave it at those two comments for now and let others have a chance to speak.
So why don't we say the first was a comment and maybe the second was a question, that they may inform the commission whether or not they do plan to just run anything anyway on the upper floors.
That's a good point, Cliff. Yeah, I'd invite an answer. That would be a good.
Sure. So every time that we looked at probably 25 or 30 different, tower exteriors. And I could go back through the sketchbook. I could go back through the iterations. I think we're on number 104, Tom, or something like that. And every time we added punched openings up above, it overpowered the scale and more solid material up above. It overpowered the scale of the street. And it really, stopped your view in a much, much more, significant way. Glass, we felt, was the right expression, particularly to kind of make sure that the view from Enovino and the view of the tower, was as light and captured light and air as we could. So we think this is truly the best solution. And again, we were pretty anal about trying to look at every option. The one of the details that you brought up is the way that floor plates run throughout this block, because if you're going to configure floors, you need flexibility. In Block 89, we have a second floor level on 33 East Main on the Main Street frontage that runs through the entire block. And yet on the outside, you have buildings of different heights with different windows and different images. The third floor level of this building runs across the lobby and through the entire block. And that's really important for flexibility, for creating open space that we think technology users want. All of the different window conditions on the interior and different wall colors can really accent that difference. But, creating a flexible floor plate that can adapt and change over time to respond to the market is really important. That was a huge, design accomplishment of the solution that we're presenting to you tonight. So we think that we understand your comments, and we think that we've come up with the best solution for both the higher floor plates and the lower floors and the sidewalk level as well.
So for the lower three floors, then it could be demised such that one tenant may have certain lighting and other interior design features at night that could cross over facade from facade. And I think that's what Russell's question is: are we going to have that the same illusion of separate building fronts, or at night could it just be kind of any which way they mixed it up?
Well, again, at night in Block 89, where we have an entire block, and this is only a portion of the block that you're looking at, we have 2 or 3 different retail tenants. At night, most of the more traditional tenants aren't working. Most of the technology tenants have extended hours. I would hope that we have more uniform lighting. We're building this to really, address the needs of technology users that are critically important to creating more demand for restaurants downtown, that are really critically important to downtown's future. It's the one segment of the market that's really growing dramatically. I would hope that we have consistent lighting behind some of the facades for a technology, tenant, but it may be broken up with 2 or 3 storefronts depending on what we can lease the space for.
Okay, Jessica, and then Rafiq.
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to address what's going on the corner of Webster and East Wash. If we can go to a view of that. So I appreciate all of the materials you're using and the elegance of some of the curves on the glazing. But when I think about this building and I think about the experience of being downtown, a lot of people are never going to enter this building. They're not working there. They don't know anybody who's there. They're not going to experience the wonderful rooftop gardens you have and so on. So in the name of just the general public, they're going to experience it from the street level. And I have concerns that the corner of Webster and East Wash, the scale of the materials and I'm a big fan of dark granite, but that smooth granite black wall is not a very human scaled detail to walk past or hang out on or pause. And I think it's kind of telling that, to me, on those street renderings, one of the more enjoyable aspects are the little umbrellas you've put up with little tables underneath them. Like, that's where I see people enjoying that building on the street level. So I really question how on Webster, so the opposite corner from this one, it kind of goes from human scale height to all of a sudden this entrance that is double height, pretty slick in its detailing. And for people who never enter this building, that's going to be a big impact on the experience of walking down Webster.
Completely agree.
Right there. And around the corner.
Completely agree. The problem is there's 16 and a half feet of fall on Webster Street.
Yeah.
So, that's 2 full stories. Yeah. And one of the challenges of a site like this is, there was only one location that the parking entry could be in order to create ground level retail space. And that was a driver, because reactivating the sidewalk level, bringing life and activity to the sidewalk level was one of our key goals and one of our key objectives. And we've done it at Block 89. There's fall on Pinckney Street, between Doty and Main, but nothing like this. The slab steps.
Not right now.
It's why we created a major bike parking and a ramp bike parking entry on Webster Street. We have a step down conference center that'll accommodate 200 people. By the way, our conference center at US Bank, which accommodates 100 people, 90 people, gets used a lot by nonprofits and community organizations. This one will be bigger. It's right off of the lobby, and we think it'll be more activating, and get used by a whole bunch of people. So, in a perfect world, we'd have a flatter site, but we don't. It's really just a fact. We think that the 2-story lobby is somewhat analogous to the lobby at 33 East Main, where if you walk up Pinckney Street from Mifflin towards Main, and you look into that grand, not really large, but grand 2-story space and look into the building, it's got low iron glass. It creates a depth of experience and a life. You can see people inside of the lobby. There are lots of people, who may not, be walking into the building when they come to work. Hopefully a lot will be riding their bikes and using the bike room. Hopefully a lot will be walking from their apartments next door or close by, or taking the bus because they'll need to. But the transparency of that and the depth of that, we think is really an important experience. And it mirrors, kind of the 2-story massing of the lobby of the AC Hotel across the way. So we think, again, it's a really difficult design issue, in large part because of the drop on Webster. I think we've come up with the best solution that we've looked at. We've looked at quite a few.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Just another. Just one more thing. When you're walking as a pedestrian or even a biker, and you're coming East Wash and turning down Webster, it can be a wind tunnel in there. So already that's a tough area kind of for pedestrians. And across the street is not the most pleasing, besides the AC Hotel. This site just still seems, I understand you've been through a lot of iterations, and I'm just going to keep being a craw in your, whatever the phrase is about it. I still think that this has a lack of human scale, and it looks like the back of a building, but this is primo real estate. This is still biking and walking, and a certain amount of hanging out on the street. It's only a block from the Capitol where people are definitely hanging out on the street. And I just wish this had a human scale to it that continued that welcome to people who don't go in the buildings, to the more general public.
Thank you. Rafiq, and then Russell again.
Yeah, I just had a quick question, and it's kind of in regards to something that the public members said that was in opposition of the project. They talked about, I guess, some opportunity that still may or may not have existed. And I just wanted to know, to the applicant, have you guys ever looked at mirroring this building, keeping it exactly the same, but just mirroring it?
And the answer is yes, we have. It doesn't work. We shared with the I believe it was the Plan Commission and the council, an entire kind of isometric on how this was designed to make the lobbies, the levels, the service, the parking, and everything work. We looked at it very, very carefully, and after a lot of study and a lot of thought, concluded that it didn't work. In part, because the Landmarks Commission basically requires us to stay away from the adjoining landmark properties, and they were very concerned about both the property next to the Bartell Theater and the old-fashioned building. And so the positioning of the roof terraces, the positioning of the roof terraces to capture afternoon light, the position of the elevator lobbies that penetrate into the parking garage and the building lobbies, where we put mechanicals. We didn't want to put mechanicals, on East Washington, so they were positioned in the lower 3-story building on Webster. We've looked at very carefully all of the options, and again, we believe that we have the only viable, feasible, and the best solution in front of you tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Rafiq, or comments?
Nope, that's it.
Russell, and then Craig.
Hi again, a few more. I'm glad somebody mentioned mechanical, or Brad, you mentioned mechanical. I did want to talk about that. The cooling towers right now are along Webster and really jammed in that alleyway back there. I wonder if the design team considered showing a green wall, because I think you might grow one based on the way how the proximity of those cooling towers to the walls, vertical walls in that alleyway. I'd ask you to look carefully at the possible mold and moisture conditions that might occur there. Question for design team and presenters: commercial kitchen exhaust, has that been considered, and where would you plan to locate that if you're planning on any retail commercial kitchens? It's not shown on any plans.
Right. It's been very carefully considered because, as you look at the restaurants that we have in Block 89, where we have, Deluxe, Starbucks, which is not really a restaurant, it's a coffee shop, Marigold Cafe and Delmonico's. None of those have kitchen exhaust that can go all the way up to the roof. You can't, it's literally virtually impossible to carry a kitchen exhaust 9 floors up. All of them use sophisticated grease scrubbers, and horizontal exhausts. So our mechanical consultants helped us design how we're going to do a horizontal discharge for various, kitchen equipment in different locations coming out above the loading dock entrances. We set up Block 89 on both Pinckney Street and on Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard to provide that. We also designed 25 West Main, the renovation of the Anchor Bank properties, to do that. So we're really setting up both intake, fresh air, and kitchen exhaust to work in this kind of a multi-layered project.
If I might just jump in real quickly to add one thing. Janine, if you click on slide 8 right there, you'll see the East Washington rendering. And as Brad alluded to, above that loading dock are architectural louvers included in that area. That's a 2-height loading dock space specifically to provide the room, the overhead space and height clearances for those ductworks and scrubbers as one of the routes to discharge that.
So it's as invisible as we can make it. We've done it before. Even the water heaters, are discharged behind those louvers into a very sophisticated stainless steel box with a heating coil in the bottom to prevent ice buildup in the winter. And we've been operating them in Block 89 for the last 25 years without any evidence that of what's behind those louvers. So it's been set up in as sophisticated a fashion as we can, taking advantage of everything we've learned.
Great, thank you. So we're not going to see any mushroom fans like the tavern up the street from my house on the side of the building. It's all been nicely thought out.
Or plumes of smoke, Cliff. Yeah.
All right, Craig.
Hey, thanks, Cliff. So based on some of the comments you guys had before, like from Rafiq and others, I think the glass tower is successful. I appreciate that. With the choice of glass where it's semi-transparent and you can see more into the interior of the building, what is then an exterior view, you now are seeing farther inside the building. Could the applicant talk a little bit about how they're going to detail out the soffit conditions, the ceiling conditions, whether there's going to be shades, and some of the other plans there? So what ends up being tenant improvements now can affect and probably could greatly affect the view of this facade and whether it gets parsed up and starts really looking disjointed over time.
You're absolutely right. The reason the exterior soffit condition, we were going to design to be a uniform condition on every floor, as thin as we can possibly make it. All of the mechanical systems for the building are going to basically be a chill beam system where we move energy through pipes, not through major ducts. So we can keep ceilings high and we can really kind of, again, keep spaces open, as we can. We're going to have uniform blinds, that are used throughout the exterior. I would tell you that I would love to see, every facade controlled by a sensor that lowers blinds at the same time of day so that facades are uniform, but frankly, it's unaffordable. And we've never been able to do that. When you look at, we're going to use uniform Meco shades so that the exterior is absolutely identical. We expect that people are going to lower their blinds, when there's a direct solar load coming in through their windows. And we expect that hopefully they'll raise them and take advantage of some of the great capitol views when blinds aren't necessary. But just like in the glass bank across the way, there they started out with mini blinds, and a mini blind is either open or it's closed. We haven't replaced every mini blind in that building, but in the new facades that we've created in the restaurant Graze that looks at the Capitol Square and has one of the best views you'll find of a public space in the world, we put in sophisticated Meco shades that rise uniformly. When they need to be lowered, Graze lowers them to prevent glare coming in, and when they can be raised to take advantage of the view, they raise them. We are going to try and make the exterior appearance as consistent as we possibly can.
So in the view I see right there, it really looks like the glass is bypassing the floor plate. And I was trying to find some details of the glass to floor detail, or is there actually going to be spandrel glass at the floor plate?
So can I defer that to David Jennerjohn, our architect?
Yes, and if there is a drawing or an elevation or something, that Janine could find?
Yeah, we have those details. I don't think we have them at the ready. I don't know if Tom, you could pull them up, but Craig, we have detailed that edge. There is a narrow, a very low height spandrel edge that covers the slab edge, but the intent is to make it look seamless, vertically seamless with the glass, so that it appears as if like a monolithic glass surface.
And then you can have your ceiling dye into it and things like that. I just see from some of your renderings there, it looks like you're going to the approach where it's not there, and that's where I was just had some concern because that could cause some issues.
This is Tom Daly.
You need it to be there. You need to be able to fire stop in between floors. When you look at the glass that we used at the renovation of Anchor Bank, you can barely tell where spandrel glass is and where vision glass starts. Our goal is to create the same lack of definition or the same uniformity here. And again, we aren't at that point yet, obviously, but it's our goal.
No, I appreciate it. Just wanted to get that clarification. Thank you. That was the only question I had.
Thanks. Let's see. Russell, did I forget to lower your hand, or do you have another question?
No, I just keep jumping back in the queue here. I do have another comment. The word consistency was just used, and Janine, this is a perfect slide. If the design team could explain the intent of the jog of the blue curtain wall there, is that important for function, or is that expressing the party inside, or what? Can you explain the intent of that jog?
David, could you answer that?
Sure. I mean, really what it is it's expressing that midpoint reveal. So it's just creating a facade that was monolithic and I hesitate to say dematerialize it, but to just make it a little more dynamic by sliding it. The differences in that kind of soft blue glass and the clear glass are also working to just break down the visual mass and just create more interest. On the East Washington side, that curved glass is a expressed curve, and we wanted to bring the same kind of thought to the square side, but we don't have that long of expanse. So to get the same kind of dynamism with the facade pieces, we did a little shift.
Thank you, David. I want to say I love the aluminum band, if you will, that breaks up the three floors. I think it's very successful. And Janine, if you could go back to slide 7, I personally think the shift is not dramatic enough for me. I think the band already does a lot to break this up. The different color glass makes this very dynamic. I think the shift is maybe it bothers me. It's maybe underwhelming, and I'm sorry to hesitate to focus on such a relatively small detail here, but this is a very important view, obviously. I just ask whether I think just continuing the blue straight down still maintains a great dynamic view here.
I tell you, we actually have versions of this where it's shifted every 5 feet. And, so there is a much greater shift and where there was no shift. And this one felt the most interesting and the most balanced, even though it is a shift. And we also liked how it on the upper floors created special rooms, essentially special corners of clear glass. So, maybe it's just personal preference, but that's what we felt this was the best option.
I don't think I would, hold up the project or so. I just wonder. It's good to hear your perspective. I really think you could simplify this. And again, the word consistency was just used on the last discussion. I mean, I think a little consistency here could benefit, and just carrying that vertical down. So,
and while we have the architect, could you explain how the corner goes from the clear glass to the light blue? It almost appears in the rendering it's a fin there, or or something. I'm not really quite sure what to make of that.
That's right. Right on the corner of the East Wash Pinckney corner, there it does slide by a little bit. There's a to just express the thinness of the of that blue glass facade, that long blue glass facade. And so it's a little bit of a reveal and an expressed edge. It's hard to see in these little renderings.
I think, Janine, it was the second image right after at least on the presentation, it was the second one right after the title sheet. There you go. Maybe that one helps a little bit right there.
Yeah. And again, that's just to, express that energy of that long facade and reveal the material.
Okay. Rafiq.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, not to disagree with Russell, but do not make it go straight down. Leave it how it is. And I would like to make a motion.
Well, let's hear it.
I'll make a motion for final approval.
Okay. Is there a second on the motion? Craig?
That with the additional comment from Lois to shorten the balconies?
Oh, yeah. Definitely the balconies. Yeah.
Sure. Okay, now that we're getting into the motions and discussions on the motion, and so the motion's seconded, and we will have discussion on the motion, but we just have to make sure that that we make a finding that this design is consistent and meets the 3 requirements of Urban Design District Number 4 under the design guide, not the guidelines, the design requirements. The guidelines are recommendations, but we do have to make a finding that items number 1, 2, and 3, as are listed in the staff report, are met. That goes to exterior building materials are harmonious with those on other buildings. Mechanical elements shall be screened. I'm paraphrasing here. And then along East and Washington, metal shall be used as an exterior building material only as an integral part of a design of exceptional merit. So any discussion on the motion in the context of the UDD requirements? Jessica.
Oh, whoops. I think I'm going off topic a little bit. I just wanted to tell the Granados, I wanted, if they're still here, that our entire conversation hasn't talked about their concern. And I just wanted to thank them for the amount of work they put into that and their insight. And I appreciate the public feedback that they got. And I wanted to assure them that it's not like that topic has been ignored by this commission. Just we aren't talking about it for whatever reason. But I wanted to give them a shout out because I know a lot of effort went in for them.
Thank you. And we certainly wish them the best of luck. As we do all people in the restaurant business. Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick clarification, and you did highlight the standards that were called out, at least referenced specifically in the staff report. Just would want to advise the commission that in order to approve the project, although there's more discussion on those standards in the staff report, all the standards of UDD 4 would need to be found met, including the ones highlighted in the report.
Okay, thank you. Russell?
Well, my discussion point is I think I do appreciate the amount of effort this team has put together in presenting to this commission. However, the more times we see this, I feel like we gain something from it. My discussion point is simply that I think we should consider an initial approval, and specifically, I'd like to see, and I think my comment is in context with guideline number 4 of UDD number 4, but that's the new infill buildings should it be compatible with that of existing buildings. And I would personally like to see some of the materiality carried through the tower. That's my discussion point. Some of the solid opaque materials used on the streetscape. So I'd recommend an initial approval tonight. I'm asking the commission to hear my pleas.
Well, the motion for final approval has been seconded. I think we're going to have to vote on that motion first before we see whether or not we need to make a subsequent motion for initial approval. However, we can still amend the lead motion with, if you had some specifics that you would like to see incorporated, we could still amend this motion with conditions.
I don't see a good, thank you. I don't see a good way to do that as a final approval motion. I think we'd have to basically see it again. So.
Okay. Greg?
I wanted to comment that, and thank you, Janine, because I've been going through my UDC binder tonight. And as I've been reading through the district number 4 standards, I just want to comment that I believe they met them. And there wasn't anything that I found that they didn't meet.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Motions for final approval with the conditions mentioned. I think there were Lois's comments, and were there others? I'm sorry, I lost track. Yes, Russell.
Thanks, Cliff. More process question, Janine. Am I a full voting member tonight, or am I just a I don't know what the name for otherwise would be.
Alternate. Since there is one member absent, you are a full voting member.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we will do, since I know that Russell suggested an alternate motion, we will do a roll call vote. As soon as I am confident that there is no more hands raised, any further discussion? Okay, Janine, if you wouldn't mind, could you please call the roll?
I will do that. And Stefan, if you could unmute all of the commissioners, that'd be great. Yep. Thank you. Commissioner Clare?
No.
Commissioner Weisensell?
Yes.
Commissioner Brown Otto?
Yes.
Commissioner Assad?
Yes.
Commissioner Deschamps?
I'm afraid he's muted.
Oh. Yeah, unmute.
There we go.
Hear me now? Yes.
Commissioner Harper?
Christian, you should have a prompt somewhere on your screen.
Was a no? Okay, that
I will take that as a no, a thumbs down, and a plea for help.
Commissioner Bernot?
Six, oh, eight. Hang on.
I believe he's recused.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. And then Commissioner Knudsen?
No.
It is a 4-3 in favor of yes.
4-3. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Janine, if I'm not mistaken, we need a 5-vote majority.
Kevin is nodding yes.
Yeah. So as the chair, I will vote yes. Kevin, you had something to say?
No, I was just going to say the 5 votes were necessary.
Okay. Okay, so you've got the roll, and it's 5-3.
That's correct.
Okay. The project passes with those conditions in the motion. Thank you very much.
Stefan, if you could allow screen share for Kevin Furco.
Hey, Christian, this is Stefan. How are you doing?
Could the other tech facilitator, Stella, thank you.
Okay, so we're on to 1402 South Park Street.
Let's do this. Why don't you leave?
Is someone talking? Oh, Janine's muted.
Kevin, if you could please call the team to speak. I believe that, I'll call them. I believe the speakers are Edward Hayden from the development team and Melissa Huggins, and I believe the others are available for questions.
Thank you, Janine. I appreciate it. Good evening, everyone. Melissa Huggins from Urban Assets. We're here to share 1402 on Park, the redevelopment of the Truman Olson site. A lot of work has gone into this project, and I'm going to only say a few words. Primarily, there are some issues associated with the neighborhood finding out about this meeting. There's some miscommunications on the development team's part, and then some mailings that didn't get noticed. So we would like to just go for initial this evening so that the neighborhood will have an opportunity to see the architecture, which is advanced a bit from when you last saw it, but is pretty close. And then they will have time to digest what they've heard and provide some feedback. And then we will come back hopefully on January 13th to talk more about the architecture. So with that, Ed and Ryan, I'm going to turn it over to you guys.
Thank you, Melissa, and thank you, board. I am sitting here with my business partner, Ryan Thacker. We're sharing the same conference room here. So I'll start, and if I could take the 3 minutes to present the plans, and then Ryan Thacker, my business partner, will step into the exterior concept and design and materiality. So let's flip the screen. Truman Olson Development Site is in the Wingra Triangle. Yeah, right next to the Bell Triangle Park. Everybody understands its proximity to the food store, the Pick and Save there. It's a primary driver for the design of our site to avoid food desert and to make that a major component of our plan. Next slide, please. 150 units. I think we've been through this before. We're trying to be compliant with the environmental initiative of the Green Built Homes. Provides 3% and greater of energy efficiencies. The key part here is housing over a grocery store. Okay, first floor plan. Cedar Street to the north. Cedar Street's a brand new street. We've kind of talked about this in our informational meeting. We are directly fronting the grocery store and the commercial component of this development on the corner of Park and Cedar. The outdoor component of this is being integrated with the landscape architect, which if they are available, they could speak very directly to the advancement in the design on that. The building is really built into two pieces. We took some of the comments from the the informational, and you'll see this in the elevations of how we've kind of broken this building up into two, but it's really bisected by the entrance into the garage. And the garage is primarily wrapped on the north and the west by the housing components. Grocery store, again, is to the east, and then major entries to the residential areas are mid-block there. Service drive-wise is on the south. It's all service area. So loading dock for the grocery store, trash pickup occurs along the back. During the informational, we were exploring parking access below, but based on some of the environmental findings on the site, we do not have any entry off the rear of the property. So it's very much directed towards service drive access only. Next slide, please. This is the second level. The grocery store is actually a double stack, a two-story grocery store. It gives them some flexibility. I want to make a specific mention to the mechanical mezzanine. The mechanical mezzanine is held interior and will express itself on the exterior in a form of a louver to be determined yet as we work through the mechanical component, but we are not providing rooftop mechanical units for the conditioning of the grocery space. All of these orange rectangles indicate 3-bedroom walk-up. So each of these are accessible from Cedar Street as well as they are from the service drive to the west. Again, our parking structure here has enough room for 191 automobile spots and 203 total bike stalls. So we meet or exceed the bike requirements here. Some of the key things that are happening on this floor are really directed towards the residents. So community room is resident-based. The kids' nook is adjacent to the fitness room, so some of the residents could use a fitness while not needing childcare. Next slide, please. As we start to climb up in space, parking garage terminates on this floor, and we start to wrap our 3-bedroom walk-ups with our 2 bedrooms and 1 bedrooms up here. On this floor, we take advantage of the southern view shed as well as the daylight there for 4,000 square foot of open space. This is complemented by the open space that's in the triangle made by the curve in Cedar Street. And then you can start to see how the housing stacks on top of itself. Next step, please. Next slide, please. 4th floor plan starts to replicate that. You'll see that the 1 and 2 bedrooms start to dominate these elevations. One thing that I want to point out is how this building is broken into two at that mid-stride again. And you'll see in the elevations that we use materiality to reinforce that segmented building. Continue up, please. So on the 5th floor plan is a replication of the 4th floor plan. Next up. 6th floor plan, this is the corner tower piece. Again, it's holding that impressive corner on the Cedar and Park Street element, and really is a component of the 1 and 2 bedrooms all in place here. One more thing is all of the trash on this site will be contained within the trash room. So there's really no outdoor trash. All of that, again, is accessed through the back service drive. So that's really my rundown on the floor plate, get you back up to date. One other thing, these roof-mounted condensing units, since we're packing all of the commercial grade mechanical units in that mezzanine, what we're going to be mounting up on the roof are the air conditioning condensers, which are normally 24 inches tall, and we're going to stack them in the middle of the roof so that they won't be visible from the street view, and keep them tucked away. Next slide, please. Again, the roof plan kind of focuses on how we're going to handle our condensing units up on this roof as well. So that's really the breakdown of the floor plates. Go ahead, Ryan.
Okay, this is Ryan Thacker. I'm going to talk a little bit about the exterior design. Can we have the next slide, please? So back in October, we received some really great guidance from the commission on the informational submittal. Over the last couple of weeks, we've been really working to improve the design based on some of those comments and use those as our guiding force on how this building gets developed. Our revised scheme really breaks the building up into two more manageable building masses. We think that these two masses are distinct, as in if they were two separate buildings, but they do share some similar rhythm and building materials. So this approach really gave us the opportunity to sort of articulate the rhythm of each of the buildings independently. And we think it's much more successful in responding to the program that's actually behind the facade. So I think we'll just talk about these facades in this view, and then we also have some detailed views that we can get into. So if we're looking at the north elevation, so the eastern portion of that building uses sort of a brick colonnade and glass panels at the base to emphasize that there's really commercial program in this area. It sort of helps draw attention to the fact that the grocery store entry points, which exist at the corner of Park and Cedar, but they're also adjacent to the outdoor patios that occur along Cedar. So that'll give that a very nice street presence. Above the second floor, the building is further organized into some what we think is really sophisticated brick detailing that we've divided up into four bays of brick. So that element is further divided into smaller elements. The corner of the building at Park and Cedar is detailed in metal panels that wraps around the corner, which you'll see on the east elevation. Looking again at the western portion of the north elevation, the building steps down from 6 stories to 5 stories, and the lower portion, the 3 stories, we're trying to articulate the walk-up, 3-bedroom walk-up units in that portion of the building. So the entries to the upper bedrooms are sort of highlighted by these wood panel siding, which we have a detail of as we go on. The east facade along Park Street, again, the brick and glass, the sort of commercial colonnade continues along this facade. It wraps around the corner and gives the corner a really nice presence to the grocery store. And then let's look finally at the south facade. So the first 2 stories of the south facades are very functional in nature. We do recognize that there's a portion of this facade that's going to be visible from Park Street, particularly heading north. So we've chosen to wrap the brick material around the corner to a point where we felt like there was a logical break point for those materials. And then on the upper level, we're using the same materials that we're using on the front, the siding, the 2 different siding portions, but we're really letting the sort of regular window pattern be the articulation of that facade. Now, those middle portions are set pretty far back from the face of the building on the first and second floor. So we wanted to keep those a little lighter in color and feel, so that they didn't feel claustrophobic at all. As we work to the west, the lower portion of the building, the first and second story, transition to a precast panel that's has a textured face. It's probably a little small to read in this view here, but we do have the louver that Ed spoke to about on the second floor for the air handlers and mechanical equipment for the grocery store. Continuing to the west, we have the parking structure. The parking structure is really envisioned as exposed concrete structure with cable rail restraints for the vehicles at the perimeter. A good portion of this facade is directly in front of a grove of trees and is not really visible from any vantage point of Park Street. Can we have the next slide, please? So this is one of the detailed views of the corner of the building. We've been working really hard to come up with a very sophisticated brick pattern that gives the building some verticality and also some depth to the brick detailing. We've been thinking about how the vertical pieces read further out than the horizontal pieces, which gives the building some depth that you typically see on historic buildings. We're going to work through that in our detailing for the brick. We've included some little clips of the proposed material that we're looking at. The brick, the metal panel that's at the corner, and a board and batten siding that infills some of the panels between the brick. One other thing to point out here is that we're trying to think through at this early stage where our HVAC penetrations go, and so we can organize those in a particular fashion. They're called out just sort of in the corner of the larger windows within the brick bays there. Generally, we like to paint those in similar color to the siding that they're in, and try to avoid coming through brick or any areas that are just difficult to conceal. We have the next slide, please. This is a detail of the western portion of the north facade where the 3-bedroom walk-ups occur. The siding on the lower portion is board and batten siding, and like a fiber cement with a wood pattern that has a vertical pattern to it exists at the unit entries. The fiber cement, like horizontal lap siding at the top of the building, which is mislabeled in this view, is actually a lighter color that gives a little bit of airiness to the top of the building and kind of relieves some of the darker, more saturated colors of the rest of the building. Next slide, please. This is a detailed view of the south facade where we have the exposed concrete structure for the parking garage. We will have cable restraints that follow the slope of the garage floor. And you'll see that in the lower portion of the drawing here. And then we have the horizontal lap siding and board and bat siding that clad the building up above. We have the next slide, please. So this is a viewpoint of rendering that we proposed last time. In the informational submittal, we've updated the materials in the building to reflect the new design, and really features the brick detailing and the activation of the corner along Park and Cedar, which really creates a really lively corner, along with the landscape design, the catenary lighting that exists or that could exist along those terraces in front of the building. We think creates a really attractive street presence. Next slide, please. We've included a couple of model views of the renderings here from aerial perspective. In the lower right-hand corner, you see the existing grocery store with the mass of the building on Park and Cedar. This view kind of makes evident how the upper portion of the facade along Park Street really steps back so that the grocery store and commercial aspect is really front and center. And those are punctuated by the canopies that come out and create a welcoming and we think sheltering entrance to the building. You can see working back into the image here, the entrance to the parking garage is in the last brick bay right in the center there. So that's the primary entrance to the parking for the site. And then the quote unquote second building, which houses the 3-bedroom walk-ups and 1 and 2 bedroom apartments above, steps forward as the site allows us to do that along Cedar Street. Next slide, please. Just another view looking, I guess this is looking southeast, giving you a view of how the building materials on the western portion of the facade wrap around the service drive. Really, that's the same material palette as along the north facade. And
okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other registrants? I think there was one on the copy that I got.
Yes, Lissy Kitchell is registered speaking in opposition.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm actually not opposed to this development whatsoever. I was just opposed to the timeline that had not allowed a one-day notice for the public to get informed about the project. So that was my opposition, not to the development. As far as the development is concerned, I have a couple of concerns. One, the image that we just saw last with the white facade and then the dark underneath just seems too big a contrast to me. Not that one, the other. Yeah. There you go. And on that western portion, I think that white just appears so stark and so glaring. I think it would, and then especially directly above the darker facade, I think that really could be improved. They've done a good job on the eastern portion, so I think that they could do some more matching of that. So that's the one piece. The other piece is that I think also that I'm concerned about the massing of this building. It's really, especially on this side, on the northern side, it just feels very massive. And there's going to be 300 to 400 residents here, and I think that they would probably appreciate something that feels a little more homey. So I would suggest, if at all possible, that those top stories above the 3, because of the townhouses, but that there might be a setback for those. So that would, again, break up that facade. So that's my other suggestion. Then the other things I'm concerned about is that, you leave it on this image, in that green space that is in that top right, I wouldn't say corner, but that has been indicated initially that it would be a green space for, kids to play in and for maybe a picnic area, et cetera. In the more recent plans that I have looked at, that has now been turned into a stormwater retention pond. So it would no longer be a green space. So basically this site has no green space for it. When I had asked about this before, they said that the balconies and the rooftops can count as green space, but I certainly don't see those rooftops looking like they are places for kids to play. I'm very concerned that there will be, because of the 2 and 3 bedrooms, that there will be lots of kids and that they need a place to be able to be outside. And so I don't see where they're going to be skateboarding except on the street or in the parking garage where they're going to be bouncing basketballs. So the loss of that retention, I'm not saying that that's what has to happen in that space, but that a stormwater pond is not a place to play. So those are the 2 major ones. I'm also concerned, as always, about parking. In the plans, it indicates in the written, it indicated 153 parking spots for 150 units. However, that does not say how much parking of that will be allocated not to the residents, but rather to the grocery store. And the success of the grocery store is critical for this project. If that grocery store does not succeed, yes, there will still be housing. But if that grocery store does not succeed, that's critical to the neighborhood, to the entire South Madison community. So those are my primary concerns, and I appreciate the time.
Good, thank you for your comments.
Chair, we do have another registrant from the development team. Samantha Farrell Folger is speaking in support on behalf of Psyche Design.
Okay, wishing to speak?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, there you go.
Thank you. I believe there were some slides that I had to support the discussion. I don't know, maybe Janine, I had filled out the wrong checkbox on the application, and the intent was to speak to the site plan, I think, which would probably clarify some of the last comments from the community member. Is that permissible?
Yes, we're looking at an image that says Truman Olson's site plan. Can you see that?
Yep. Yeah, I can speak to these slides.
Yeah, if you just keep your comments brief, please.
Yes. So the Truman Olson site plan, the residential to the west and the commercial to the east, the site follows suit of the building. So the open space has a smaller stormwater area that's highlighted in a deeper green on the western side of the site. And the intention for the rest of the space is to be lawn, type of front yard, and adjacent to visitor bike parking, allowing the access then along the walkway to the different residences, and a breakdown of space further with planting some type of diversified palette that we have for shrubs, perennials, and grasses. And then on the western side of the site, we're looking to activate that Cedar Street area with the patio space adjacent to the commercial breakout spaces. There's some challenges in terms of grading. So it's a series of short walls, stairs, and ramps to try and maintain accessibility to all of the various entrances along Cedar Street. And then briefly speak to Park Street. There's some orange and pink benches highlighted adjacent to a future bus rapid transit stop. I know that was a comment of the UDC previously. So we're anticipating it more or less as an outdoor waiting room to try and activate that space and allow some ease in use for those wanting to either use that system or just allow a space off of Park Street to sit and be comfortable. There's also the breakdown of the space with the terrace and landscape buffer as well. There's other slides that support that, but I will pause on that unless there are further questions. I can speak to those slides later.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments or questions from the commission? Rafiq.
Yeah, we've seen this project before, and I definitely support it. I had some questions about the materials. Some of the site issues, I know that we talked about what they're working with in terms of the site being somewhat urban and not a lot of green space. So I get those concerns and restrictions. But with the materials, I never, I don't say never, but I don't like step backs or any of that. But I do agree that maybe that white needs something. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a step back or some type of slight differentiation of that plane might help it. I'm not sure what that is. But my question is about the brown in between. I don't know if that's supposed to be masonry. If it is masonry, is it not intended to have be the same masonry as on the other parts of the building? Oh, it's wood. Okay. Never mind then.
Okay.
Yeah, so then I guess my only comment would be the white. I don't know if you guys looked at that that crown or that top, but with the building being so long, it does help to kind of have different planes to break it up. And like the public person said, with this being the walk-ups versus the other ones, it might kind of help differentiate that program and give that a little bit more of a more homely feel than such a long, big building.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I would definitely like you guys to address that, or respond to that.
Okay. If you could unmute one of the applicants who would wish to address that.
Who would you like to unmute?
Well, the guy who talked the longest, what was his name?
Either Edward Hayden.
That's him. That's the guy. Yep.
Thanks. Thanks for the comment. I think that's a really good observation, and I agree that some setback there would be, I think, would really help that facade. The difficulty that we run into with this type of construction, versus like some of the other projects that we looked at tonight that are perhaps framed in steel and concrete. This is a wood building, and typically the floor plates are very similar in depth, and it becomes very difficult to create step backs like that in that type of construction. Now, one thing that would be a possibility is perhaps creating some deeper cornice line that creates perhaps some movement on the facade at that horizontal line that further differentiates the lower portion of the building. And I think that the starkness of the color, I think that's something that we can definitely work through. When we saw some of the initial comments come through, we started brainstorming on some ideas that we can respond to in anticipation of some of those comments. So.
When I say step back, I don't mean like a 5-foot step back. I mean just some type of plane change.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's something we'll explore.
Got 3 hands raised, but before I call on Lois, I do have a staff question. According to the staff report, it looks as though this is a 4-story plus 2 bonus based on architectural merit. Is that true, Kevin or Janine, for the entire development?
I believe that is correct, but if Kevin wants to add to that.
Okay. And then also the report mentioned that new buildings in excess of 3 stories shall incorporate a front facade step back of 15 feet. So basically, even though the vast majority is on Cedar, where the step back is only required on Park Street then?
That's correct, but I wanted to note that step back is also it's not a requirement, it's actually a recommendation.
The 15-foot step back?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, because I see here it says shall. That's why I was asking under the report where it says building step back, or building height, I should say. I can unmute Kevin. I thought I saw his hand raised.
Yes, I was just going to confirm what Janine had said, that third floor step back is a guideline and not a standard. Okay. I can clarify the language here in a moment. But yes, I believe Janine was correct on that.
Okay. Good. So we are, one of the findings that we have to make ultimately, at least for final, is that the design is of an exceptional enough merit to justify the additional stories. Okay. Lois and then Christian. Trying to unmute you, Lois.
There we go. Thank you. I do like how this project has developed. There are a couple things that concern me. One is, since you have to come back anyway, I'd like to see those rooftop units in these perspectives, because I don't think you're showing any parapets of significance and or screening. So I think that it would be helpful to see how those are arranged and where they are in relation to the exterior wall. A more concerning thing to me is if you go to, I think it's 2 slides before the start of the landscape plan that we just saw, that one, that, you know, there was some talk about how that is screened with those trees for everybody looking toward the building. But I'd like to point out the views of all of those tenants looking onto a parking garage or parking top that is south facing, and how glaring and warm that's going to be, aside from, you know, not being the nicest thing to look at. That's a concern. And then also, it doesn't appear that those windows are very high up off of the deck of that parking deck. And as people are coming and going, are these folks going to have headlights shining into their units? And is there anything you can do to kind of soften that expanse? If you could unmute Edward if he wants to speak to those things.
So, Edward, you are unmuted right now.
Oh, I am?
Yeah.
How am I supposed to know that? Okay, so let's stay right on this slide here. And the reality is that is shown quite stark, and we're actually continuing with the design work on this piece. In fact, the cars only come up on the ramp that's shown. They really don't turn the corner and head back to the east. So the area that is adjacent to the building has a couple options of whether it's going to be dealt with in a structural fashion where that's pulled back, or if there's going to be some opportunity to pick up additional green roof. And we're really trying to save this area for some of the infiltration component, because we don't have our soils response yet on how pervious they are. So we don't know exactly how big that goes. So it's really, we're kind of holding that as our next move on how we're going to handle some of the stormwater requirements of the site. So I do agree with you that it's a little stark. It's kind of a card that we're holding on further development. So thanks.
And will that be resolved when we see it next time?
I hope so. We're still waiting for some input from the civil engineer, and we'll address it once we have the information to do that.
Okay. So the drawing shows a little bit of articulation, and just in drawing of where car slips would be, and you're saying that we would only that's you're not expecting that cars would be on every one of those.
Yeah, if we could flip to the floor plate that shows that upper deck. This one. Okay, so the cars, this one is the third floor plate. I was just told I misspoke earlier. It's 161 parking stalls, not 191. Regardless, the parking structure ends at this kind of line, and we've held it off where it says roof. We've held that off. So that's actually a sloped plane that slips down underneath into the second level. So it's really a sloped parking structure. And then this roof area that you're pointing to very directly, we're holding in reserve for some of our stormwater moves if necessary. So,
okay, I would encourage you to try to make that as green as possible. I think, especially facing south, you're going to get a lot of heat gain from that.
I think that's good advice.
And then also the roof over the little wedge over the grocery, is that going to have mechanical units on it? Oh, you're not unmuted, I guess.
Yeah.
There you go.
Can you ask that question again? I was struggling with
the grocery, that little wedge on the, that we're seeing on that plan. Is that going to have any kind of mechanical or venting or anything coming out of it?
So our intentions there are to have more of a pure form. Our mechanical strategy is to utilize that mezzanine, that substantial mezzanine that's in the on the second floor plate for all of the mechanical work. So we're really trying to internalize this, mainly because, first of all, our opposition to looking at big mechanical equipment. I sit on design review board in my community, so we evaluate that very directly. Second thing is that we really need to utilize the open space roof terrace to accommodate the ordinance for the amount of green space for zoning compliance here. So we are using the louver on the south face in the truck bays to conceal internal mechanical units.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Christian and then Shane.
So a lot of my comments, Lois beat me to the punch. I had the same concerns with the views out of the back units of both of these buildings. To the west, I had the same concerns that those views, three different directions, looking down on the top of a parking ramp. And it's not like we haven't seen this before in other projects that have come before us. But yeah, that's not a nice view. I mean, it appears that there are some large trees across the street, but I don't know. I found it hard to read both the elevations and these type of overhead floor plans. Coming back, I'd really like to see some renderings that show a more realistic, bird's eye view, looking at what exactly that would look like. And as Lois mentioned, where are the windows and how does that work with cars driving around? And I mean, what's the separation between, vehicular traffic? I mean, there could be cars cruising by 2 feet away, literally 2 feet away from your window. I'm having trouble reading how all this would work. And to the east, that 4,000 square foot open space roof terrace there in the green, I'm also unsure of what that looks like. There seems to be a long white rectangle in there that is somehow separating that from the bedrooms. But again, I don't know what that is and how does that work? And, that open space, is that really going to be something that's utilized by, the bulk of the tenants on other floors and on the far end of the building? And given that that's one of the few open spaces, I would go back to the citizen that weighed in at the beginning, that she brought up that triangular portion out front. And when I first looked at it, I thought the same thing, that, well, maybe you could put a little play area out there because there just isn't much else. And since this does seem to be a project that is going to have families in it, I had the same exact concerns that she did, is where do the kids play? I don't know what the neighborhood park situation is around there, but I'm concerned that the kids don't have a place to run around a little bit other than that, which now appears to be a retention drainage basin, which is not ideal for that. And our other alternative is the aforementioned green roof space, which is not shown in enough detail. And, furthermore, I guess when this comes back, I would just want to see lots more details of the landscaping around the foundations of the buildings. That's all I got.
Thank you. And it should be noted that creative design is an incentive to granting additional stories. Shane and then Russell.
Am I still on?
Yep. Yes. Shane Bernau is next up.
Go ahead. My apologies.
Thanks. Handful of comments. I want to start off just reiterating some things I really like. So I think the masonry portions and the detailing with more of the Park Street end of the building is really nice. I like the selection of materials you have. I think maybe, as mentioned already, with exception of the white or lighter color paneling. Honestly, I feel like the solution to that might be just to go a few shades darker so it isn't quite so white. I think a light or medium gray would still be very attractive with the material palette you have going on, and not be so reflective and bright, and look a little more substantial. I also really like the string lights that I'm seeing in the renderings, and I don't think those are necessarily documented in the site lighting plan or photometrics, and that would be something that I think would be a real shame to see in the renderings, but not in real life, especially that being the north side of the building, in a bit more shadow. That kind of vertical structure and overhead would really help to activate that space, especially in shoulder season. So coming back, I think unless I missed it, I think it would be nice to actually see that documented and kind of committed to that as a feature. So Lois mentioned the roof over the grocery store, and that's actually a large, significant area. And I'm wondering if that's just a ballasted area. I apologize if you mentioned this already and I didn't catch it, but if that's just a large ballasted area, I think that would be a lost opportunity. It could help and it could contribute to the stormwater management, especially if the soils aren't great. But also just the marketability of those rooms that overlook that, and just the property in general is the kind of key view corridor down Park Street. So if it was even an extensive green roof on top of that space, that would be awesome. Or even a semi-intensive with like 6 to 8 inches of growing media up there. Something that you could, just get enough to see some plant life over that parapet. That'd be really nice. And then I think my last comment is back to, again, the parking ramp area. So from the elevation view, we saw the cable strings and we talked about the trees being the screening element. And I know, just looking in the aerial, I know that is a large wooded area, but I don't know that I'm comfortable just relying on cables as kind of the aesthetic separation between the parking ramp and the adjacent properties. I think we've seen some really nice, whether it's like perforated mesh screens over these types. And there's a lot of products out there that we've seen recently that have really been attractive screens to those types of ramped spaces. And I think that would be of value. So I think that's all for my comments. Maybe a response I'd be looking forward would be back to that rooftop on the Park Street side over the grocery store.
Could I interject? Have we seen the landscape? Because there was an extensive landscape done by Psyche that I thought was very thoughtful on the front end of the building and kind of wrapped around. So there was a planting plan. There was also visual concepts of how this was going to move forward. I think it was more of a technical component. It also addressed some of the photometrics, and this catenary lighting is always been something that we've pursued as a way to make that north elevation, just because of its shade component in the later season, be a real element. So some of those comments, Shane, are very, very relevant here. I agree that some of the utilitarian structures in the rear could use some embellishment. We look for some advice on that. We've done this in the past with panels as well. And then we'll take the rooftop into consideration along Park Street, because you're right, that sits adjacent to some windows, and it would be nice to overlook that. So,
I guess if the landscape details were provided, they weren't in the presentation link that we got, it might be in the full application.
Yeah, it is, Cliff.
You've seen it then?
I've seen it, yeah.
Okay. Does that answer your questions on the roof above the grocery store?
No, that is not a landscape space as far as I can tell, but it did provide detail of foundation plantings and site plantings.
Okay.
The site plan that's up right now also shows the planning and activation of that rooftop space. So you're right, that's not a basketball court or a foosball court. That's definitely focused more towards outdoor gathering for the residents. So.
Okay. All right. So let's see. We've got Russell and then Craig up next.
Well, I'll try to be quick because my comments are similar. I'm hearing a common theme that green is the answer here for a lot of the challenges that the project faces. Also want to point out that is also part an encouraged parameter for there to be green building technologies to achieve the architectural merits for the additional stories. So I just want to say, I guess, a little more aggressively to really consider where you can add some green roof area and share that with us on the next time you visit. And also, I wonder, as a way to solve multiple problems here, I do remember the outdoor, what's now the stormwater retention area. I do remember that being presented last time, and I remember the image of a kid with a balloon out there, and I thought that seemed like a magical little space. And I wonder if you can get enough green roof retention to recapture that outdoor space as a usable playing area. So just want to echo, what everybody else is saying about that. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, Craig, and then Jessica.
Hey, thanks, Cliff. Just some other suggestions in that same realm of thought as well, too. If you go to the typical floor plates, when I look at the locations of the community room, the fitness, the kids room, and I think there's like a youth room, they're put in places where I understand you're looking to kind of use up some other space, but those would ideally be located near your second floor patio area to activate it. And it's also areas where people can come together, collaborate, communicate, all those things. And then you also have public areas together where you don't have the issue of privacy as well. So I think that's one thing to consider is when I was looking at your floor plans, there might be ways of stretching 2 bedrooms to 3 bedrooms and working through some of those areas so that you're not losing too much of the residency. But then the other challenge when you go up to that roof deck, if that really is going to be an area on the second floor, the back side of that is the loading dock. There is a mechanical room below it and a trash room. So there's going to be a lot of fans, et cetera, in that area. So it's just going to be something to think about, especially if we're trying to provide spaces for the residents to congregate, that they're going to be nice areas. So when you're working through mechanicals, your exhaust, where your louvers are, while I understand it's a loading dock, we want to make sure that's also going to be a nice space, and it should be southern exposure right there. Even if the community rooms are looking out over that green room, even that perception of seeing movement, if there's any sort of plantings out there, etc., that does quite a bit. Just the human psyche of seeing what appears to be nature in the background. So that's something to think about as far as just innovative design too, of trying to find spaces like that where you can bring people together.
Okay, thanks. Jessica?
Yeah, I'll admit that I looked at that 527-foot dimension on the south side of this plan, and up on the 5th floor, there's a hallway that goes for a long time. I actually had to go look up pictures of a football field to understand the length of that, and that is one really long corridor. I'm sorry, on the 5th floor, not the 6th floor. And along with that, you've got a lot of program that you're trying to put into this site, and I appreciate that. And I really appreciate the brick that you're putting in for the type of housing that's going on there. That's a wonderful material. But I've got some. I think there might be some concern of what happens on the south side if that property ever gets bought and a building needs to be built next to this and respond to it in some way. Those trees don't last. What would it happen to try to have an adjacent building against that south facade? And that south facade is kind of hard. It doesn't have a human scale to it. If cars are driving back there, great, and trucks, great, but somebody biking or somebody walking, that's a kind of harsh facade right there. And then if a neighboring building ever came along, it would be difficult to answer this facade when you look at the south elevation. I don't know who owns the property next door, but I can't imagine that it's going to be trees in perpetuity. And very well that, as this area develops more in the city, how do you really answer a building like that that's that long with no scale to it except for a car, and also the safety of families or kids or teenagers even walking on that new drive? There aren't very many ways to have eyes on that access right there. And I just wonder what that feels like at night as a pedestrian.
Thank you. Tom.
Yeah, thank you. Just strongly want to reiterate what has been said multiple times about the play space, basically, for kids. This is a much more family-intensive set of units than we normally see. By my count, more than half the units are 2 and 3 bedroom. We normally don't see that mix. We see mostly 1 bedrooms. We have 33 bedroom, 56 2 bedroom. There could be a lot of kids here, and the minimal green space, to me, at the unarticulated roof area, and the minimal spaces inside the kids' room, I think the whole issue of how kids will use this space, and the lack of balconies. There's none of these units have balconies, so there really is a limit to outdoor space here. I do wonder, in looking at a better solution to that 3rd floor parking deck on the south side, whether any of those units, and also units on the overlooking the front grocery store projection, can any of those units open out into terraces onto those roofs? If green roofs are an excellent solution, but also, can you provide, without rechanging the building dramatically, can you provide some units with outdoor spaces? So I really would look at the outdoor space component and the kids' play space component very strongly again before we see it. And then the one other issue I had is on the north facade, the brick component. I'm unclear. Some of the perspectives make that brick look like it's articulated and had depth and shadowing, and others make it look terribly flat. And I'm very unclear how much articulation to the brick. There you've got some shadowing, but another perspective makes that look perfectly flat. I would really like to see what kind of depth there is in the brick, between the plasters and the windows. Are they inset? What's the depth? I'd like some more detail on that because I can't read that directly. Those are my key issues right now.
Thank you. Okay. By the applicant's request, the request is for initial approval, and by granting initial approval, we would be basically signing off on, the massing, the setbacks, orientation, the building height, and, the basic site plan. There's been a lot of concerns raised certainly about the site plan and site amenities, but nevertheless, the request is for initial approval. Craig, you have your hand raised there.
Yeah, I just have one question, Cliff. On initial approval, does that automatically approve the bonus stories, or is that a condition upon final approval? So the massing, or say the footprint, is there, but the bonus stories are still up for a final approval?
Well, I can unmute Kevin, but I would say no. I would say if we're granting it initial approval, we're granting the overall massing approval of the massing of the building, which is the full of all the stories of it.
I would agree. I think it would be unusual to grant initial approval based on a 6-story model and then come back and say, well, it's only 4 stories. With initial approval, our practice has been to typically send these on to the Plan Commission. So the Plan Commission would be seeing this set of plans, and they would be seeing the 6-story mass.
Okay, Shane. I was going to suggest you go back and look at the staff report too, and some of the concerns and reference to some of the requirements and guidelines. Go ahead, Shane.
Sure. So, just thinking out loud a little bit here, I don't think any of my issues are with the massing or the site plan. I think we all acknowledge that the physical constraints of the site are driving a lot of the forms, and I don't know that that's going to change. That said, there are a lot of comments and significant comments, but I think it would be unfortunate if this came back or was approved as only a 4-story building. I do like, and I think it is deserving of the 6 floors. So with that all said, I'm comfortable making a motion for initial approval.
Okay. And Rafiq is asking to unmute you. Is that a second?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So the motion's been seconded. Any further discussion on the motion? I think we owe it to the applicant to be as specific as we can on the conditions for them to come back for a final approval.
So, Cliff, you want me to
Well, you're the motion maker this time.
Okay, yeah. So I think just some of the significant things we've heard that we would want to see a response to include that play space and the development of that corner of the site, which is highly tied to stormwater management and potential expansion of green roofs. It's all kind of interconnected. Also, sorry, go ahead, Cliff.
Well, so, and more in general, some significant recreation space on site.
Yeah.
If it's not, or, maybe if it can't be in one place, it's a creative way to develop some significant outdoor recreation space.
Yeah, I think the key is the creative, because we know that sites require stormwater management, and if they have to put it there, they have to put it there.
Yeah.
There's nothing that they can do about that. So to say that, we don't want to hold it up to say that stormwater management can't be on the site because we want a playground, but we need to find some creative alternatives to maybe putting it on the roof, or, like Lois was talking about, covering the parking or screening the parking. And but there's some creative applications to meet some of these amenities.
Okay.
Well said. I think the other major things we heard did revolve around the parking structure and parking ramp piece. Both the use of the top level adjacencies and proximity to windows and that space between cars or vehicular circulation and windows. Also the screening from the side, the elevation view. Let's see, we did I mention the siding color of the lighter color white siding was something we want the applicant to revisit.
And looking at how the second building is articulated, the first one breaks it up very well with the brick kind of overlaid where it looks like it's layered, but the second one is just really flat and long. So we want to look at how the white versus the brick is kind of articulated. I guess the walk-ups from the 2 stories, that plane.
Yep.
Additionally, I had just the comment about committing to the string lights as a feature on the north side, if it's not already. I believe that's all that I remember.
Okay, and Russell, you may have 1 or 2 bullet points to add.
Yeah, well, just the applicant, Edward, you might consider some sort of a cistern or a holding solution for your stormwater problem. That might be a feasible option, but I don't know that necessarily sneaks into Shane's motion. Just an idea.
Well, I mean, it would be into the integrating creative uses of stormwater and how it relates to provisions of open space. Craig?
Just to tail on that thought. So underneath that parking ramp, that's a pretty big footprint. You can probably do some sort of cistern system underneath that if you need to. That's probably a pretty big area where they have systems that can do that as well. It's a pretty big footprint in your site design that might offer you a solution, just a suggestion.
And I would add just to Jessica's comments, maybe studying the articulation along that south facade and that what is now a vehicular corridor. I don't know, Jessica, if I captured that adequately or if you have anything to add. Okay.
Oh, hold on. Let me, if you have more, I'm just going to unmute you here, Jessica.
Sorry about that. To add to that, just the units facing south, that they have a equitable aesthetic to them as the ones on the north side. So right now I could feel like if I was a family, I'd want to be on the north side. I don't want to be on the south side. Like the detailing is less on that side. The parking's on that side, all of it. Maybe that's something to consider when you're talking about that south side definition.
Okay. It's a lot of good feedback, and I think some of it gives them the ability to creatively look at some ideas, and others is specific enough for them to incorporate when they come back. So,
Chair, can staff interrupt?
yeah, of course.
Does the alder want to speak at all on this?
I saw a hand
his
raised and then it went down, but certainly, who is the alder here, by the way? Is this Alder Carter's district? Okay.
This is Alder Evers.
Well, I'm unmuting Alder Carter right now. Ladies before gentlemen.
Well, thank you, Cliff. Just a couple things. I agree with most of what was said tonight, but I do want them to also look at is it the east side? No, the west side, looking at colors. It doesn't have to be white. It could be a variety of colors. As you know, 820 Park Street came out with that wonderful chartreuse color that is so bright when you see it when you are driving down Park Street. So I just want them to look at other shades other than 200 different shades of white. And then the other thing is I thought was absolutely an excellent idea about the green roof over the grocery store, because that would be a wonderful thing to look down on and seeing the different plants throughout the year. Other than that, I think this is a great project, as you all know. And I also believe this is going to really add some extra synergy to this area of Park Street. And as we go further up Park Street, we'll see more and more development. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for your patience, Alder Evers. Welcome back.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with many of the comments that were expressed tonight. I too would, along with what Alder Carter said, I'd like to see some more color, perhaps some public art, some ways of breaking up all that whiteness and creating some columns where there could be some dramatic public art. I do think that the space is challenged in terms of what actual play space and green space we're going to be able to make available, but I do want you to know that staff is having conversations about creating a mini park and a playground within a short walking distance of this project to address that very concern. There's not going to be a playground space of any size probably on site. It's just the site doesn't really allow it. But we're trying to address that broader concern as the Wingert Triangle develops to create a space for kids to play and hang out. But those are I would like to see something more colorful. I think there's going to be a diversity in a grocery store and vitality. I'd like us to take advantage of that and be a little more bold in the palette. You know, I think this space calls for more than just browns and whites and dark gray and black. I think we can do better than that. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so if we then incorporate the both alders' requests for some vitality and creativity in the color palette with our motion, and seeing no additional hands raised, I'd say by unanimous consent with all of the above raised conditions, we grant the project initial approval. Thank you very much. The next project is item number 10 under unfinished business, and that is 5133, 5237 University Avenue.
The development team includes Tom Deegan, Justin Fram, and Dale Streitenberger.
Okay.
Hello, is my mic on?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Tom Deegan. I'm the owner and developer of this project. And since we last saw you, we've updated our plans based on the commission's comments. Those comments were directed to landscaping and building materials. And we're very pleased with the results. So Justin Frame will walk us through the landscaping plans and those updates. And Dale Streitenberger will present the architectural plans, and I'll be available for questions later. So if you'd please turn the meeting over to Justin, that would be great.
Thank you.
And Kevin Furgo, would you be able to share the screen? I'm having some technical issues.
And we do ask if you can manage to keep the presentation to 3 minutes.
Okay. Can everyone hear me? This is Justin with JSD.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Kevin. I'll keep my presentation brief, but wanted to touch on a number of items that the site and landscape plan have addressed based on the initial approval back in March of this project. Next slide, please. The site plan remains consistent with the site plan that was presented in March as far as building placement, access, parking. We've managed to maintain the increased setbacks in the rear, almost double the minimum on the rear and west sides of this project to transition building height and provide open space for screening to the residential properties. So those spaces in the image you can see on the screen represent the landscape treatment of those open spaces and some of the usable open spaces in and around the adjacent edges of the site. Next slide, please. This exhibit was prepared in direct response to a comment received via city staff planning and touched on it at UDC relative to pedestrian access to the project. We have added a direct pedestrian access to Building A, which is on the north side or the top portion of the sheet adjacent to the northernmost building. This is a direct sidewalk connection servicing Building A from the University Avenue public sidewalk. This is new from the urban design initial approval and was a direct condition of comment of staff. Additionally, there are direct connections via sidewalks to each of the 3 buildings shown in yellow from the University Avenue public sidewalk to each of the buildings in the rear as well. Additionally, interconnectivity to the buildings, all 3 footprints, and the usable open space and patio space in the rear is highlighted in this exhibit here shown in yellow. Next slide, please. And if you wouldn't mind, Kevin, going through 2 or 3 sheets, the site plans are included for reference, the grading plan, fire access, and landscape. If you wouldn't mind going to the next landscape sheet. I want to touch on just a few comments we heard via landscape in our initial approval. There was concern on the red oak species relative to the urban conditions and some of the parking islands. We've adjusted these to honey locust and New Horizon elm within the parking islands to address that comment. We think it's a prudent comment. Additionally, the landscape species adjustments that were requested along the front or the front access drive fronting University Avenue were originally ornamental trees that have also been adjusted to overhead story canopy trees as shown. Next slide, please. There were some concerns on the standard sugar maple selections that we have adjusted to Fall Fiesta sugar maple, which is a cultivar that shows additional urban tolerance and drought and salt tolerance. We wanted to hold the sugar maples based on the canopy size, screening to the adjacent residential properties to the south. But we have made that cultivar adjustment that was presented in comments from the original UDC initial approval. Aside from those items, the site plan has remained consistent with the original approval. We feel sidewalk access provides direct connections to each of the buildings. The site did, based on an engineering condition, raise the two rear buildings' lower level entrances by 2 feet to maintain a flood stage elevation on the storm culvert, the public storm culvert that bisects the site, which has been reflected in our recent plan set as well. With that, I'll turn over the presentation to Dale Stratenberger with JLA to review the architectural revisions.
Can I get in?
No, thanks.
Okay, you can hear me okay, I assume?
That's right, we can.
Great. So we went back and we took to heart the two key concepts that are comments that came up from our meeting. Those being simplifying kind of the material palette and the kind of wall planes, if you will. And also keep in mind screening of HVAC. So when you look at the building straight on, the colors aren't the best on these renderings that you're seeing right now, but this kind of gives you the overall pattern that we had before, but we kind of, simplified it throughout, and you can see that we have this brick pattern repeated over and over, and then there's interesting ends to all three buildings. Two of the buildings, the B and C building, kind of mirror each other when they come together, but otherwise this works as a composition that balances out one another. Here you're looking at the A building, and you'll see the darker tone in the center with the accent yellow, and then the side of the west side of the B building has that same black composition with some yellow accents, as you can see. So why don't we just go to the renderings, which is page 19, 20, 21, and 22. It helps to explain the overall concept. There's the building materials. You saw those last time. And here we have the aerial shot. And you can see that the palette is basically simplified. And if you look at like the end of the C building, which is to the left-hand side, you see kind of a gray tone. Well, and on the west side of the overall development, it picks up that gray tone with the black accent that you see in the front, which is our signature retailer, which is a restaurateur that we're after. But this palette is consistent throughout the entire development. Why don't we just go to the next few renderings? There you see it again. And by the way, just behind the wall, it says signage where the restaurant is. We elevated that wall up because it's a restaurant, so we're gonna have a rooftop unit. So that parapet is over 4 feet to conceal the rooftop unit. Whereas in the center of the A, B, and C building for the residential, we went away from Magic Packs and Sky Packs altogether. We're going with residential units. And the condensing units are all dead center in the roof of each of the buildings. And the parapets are just under 3 feet tall, with the exception of the west facade where the single family homes are. That parapet is almost 5 feet tall. So as far as screening and not being able to see components, we fulfilled that requirement by just doing that. And then we're also going with central venting. So that's also in the center of the corridor and in the center of the building. So we can go to the next slide. And then we see it straight on. And we can go to the next slide. There's the ends, and that facade is mirrored. That's the B building right there, and then the C building has its same kind of delineation. One more slide, I think there is. There you go. So, and then we put the plantings and stuff in there that we actually are going to be putting in, so you can have a pretty good idea of what the landscaping will look like. Obviously, we thinned it out a little bit so you could see the buildings and read the pattern that we created. But that's the way the design kind of manifests itself from all the comments we heard from both the UDC as well as Planning Commission, and some of the comments we heard from our meetings with the neighbors and the older person. So that's my presentation, unless there's questions.
Okay, thank you. I wouldn't be surprised if there aren't any questions. Are there any more registrants to speak or make public comment on this?
No, there are not.
Okay. Then questions or comments from the commission? Okay, I'll start. I have one. I was looking through the application, and there seems to be maybe some disconnect between the floor plans and the elevations on the building A on the very end. I guess that's the very north end, where those windows are on the upper stories. And on the floor plan, it appears the windows are in closets and bathrooms behind, or that they might be spandrel, but I just like to confirm that.
Cliff, those shouldn't be. If we have an error in our drawings, I apologize. No, they're those windows are actually in the corridor of the unit.
I was looking through, I'm just scrolling through here trying to find the floor plan.
Yeah, we have that, the windows up there. There's a corridor window, there's a window in the stairwell.
Yep.
And there's a window. Okay, yes, that did not get picked up. That's not supposed to be a mechanical closet. That's supposed to be light going into the corridor. I'm glad you picked that up.
And then there's one, it looked like there's one in the bathroom.
No, it's supposed to be off to the side.
Yeah, and into that bedroom there?
Yes.
Okay.
But that's not supposed to happen. We wouldn't put a window in a location where it doesn't give us light.
Well, sometimes we see projects and then they just use a spandrel or something, and we try to avoid that. If if you want to articulate that facade, we would just use a different material.
Cliff, we went through, even on the exterior of the building, we really patterned the venting on the building, and I'm glad you caught that, but we'll rectify that issue. That is not a spandrel, that's real glass.
Okay. Are there any other thoughts or questions from the commission? I guess you've already been through Plan Commission. The Plan Commission had some conditions, and then they're looking, I guess this is the final stop. Shane?
Thanks. I appreciate all the kind of direct responses to our comments from last time. I didn't really see much. My only comment was the use of polyethylene and aluminum edging in the site plan. I'm just constantly reminded how those things don't hold up well. And because it's the planting beds are bark mulch, I don't think they're necessary. So I wouldn't use those. I would subtract those from the site plan. But that's all I have for comments.
Just saving the developers money. That's all we do.
I'll find a place to spend it.
All right. Well, then, if there's no other questions or comments, how about a motion? Is my microphone not working again?
Your microphone is working.
Oh, okay. How about a motion? Okay. Shane.
Sure. I was just giving everyone the space to make comment, but yeah, I will make a motion for final approval.
Okay. Was that going to be a second, Craig? Okay. Lois, was there a discussion on the motion? No? Okay. All right. So then with the one comment regarding the edging, seeing no other hands raised, we hereby grant you final approval. Thank you very much. That takes us to the other side of town, 7050 Watts Road. This is a project we've seen a couple of times. A little outlot there over by Walmart. Yep, there it is.
We do have one member of the development team that would like to speak, Jennifer Moen.
Okay. Anytime you're ready, Jennifer, Stefan should have you unmuted.
Okay, yes. Good evening. Just want to make sure you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, I'm Jennifer Moen with Greenberg Farrow. We are the architectural and civil engineering consultants for Texas Roadhouse Restaurants. And as you know, we were before you back in September for an informational meeting. I also have available to answer any questions. Our architect, Julie Waymeyer, is with me tonight, as well as Daniel Stewart. He is the civil engineer representing the seller, which is At Home. So as you may recall, Texas Roadhouse is looking to purchase an approximate 1.42 acre outlot from At Home. And next slide, please. And just again, as a refresher, At Home had taken this project through the GDP process, and this was the approved site plan that the Urban Design Commission had approved back earlier this year at the February 26th meeting. We are, adhering to that buffer area and the general layout of the site plan. Next slide, please. So here's our site plan and landscape plan. I'll just focus on, the changes that we made since the last meeting. One of the comments and concerns you had was, dressing up probably more of an open area in the southeast corner of the site. We do have a monument sign that is proposed to be at that corner, and we've added a pretty substantial landscape like entry feature. It does have a variety of different types of shrubs, deciduous and evergreen type shrubs, and that will enhance that area and kind of act as an entry feature. Also, keeping in mind that we've got a vision triangle there too. So, keeping things somewhat low to the ground and preserving some of the views into the main signage for the restaurant. Next slide, please. Here's our rendering of the south, basically looking at the south and west elevations of the building. And, one of the things we heard last time from the commission was really trying to break down the scale and the massing and, the quote unquote fortress-like character of the building, especially, in the northwest corner there, the back of the house. So as you look back into that northwest corner, we've added a shed roof, which complements the shed roof around the front of the building. Again, just to break down the scale of the building there. We believe it adds some interest and articulation to that side of the building. Next slide, please. And along those lines, this is looking now at the northeast corner of the building, basically kind of taking that same shed roof treatment and wrapping it around the corner there, again, to achieve the same aspects on that corner of the building. Next slide, please. And then these are just two-dimensional views of the buildings. One of the things we wanted to point out are some of the lighting. There's gooseneck lighting that will be full cutoff fixtures. We do have floodlights that are illuminating the flags. As we all know, the American flag cannot be flown at night unless it's illuminated. So those elements are there to achieve illuminating the flags. Next slide, please. And then we can actually go to the next slide. And this, to give you guys an idea, I think one of the things you were looking at was, how this building will be illuminated at night. So this is a photo of a similar building where you can see the lighting. In this particular photo, the goosenecks are not full cutoff, but ours will be. The light is, shielded, and this should give you a good idea of the type of illumination on the floodlights, looking up towards the flags. Next slide, please. This I think you've seen before, but we just wanted to put it in again. It's our sightline study that shows that the rooftop units will be screened from view from Watts Road. There was no change in this from last time. So that is the end of my presentation, and myself and Julie and possibly Daniel are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much.
There are no public registrants on this item.
Thanks, Julie. Okay, questions or comments from the commission? I have one question for staff with regard to the Common Council. I guess the Common Council's comments or directive with regard to the revision of the zoning text for the landscape buffer. What I'm reading in the report says that the intent of preserving as many trees as possible, but then it goes on to say the existing tree vegetation within the buffer shall not be removed to accommodate the SIP. So I don't know, Kevin or Janine, if you have any insight as to the intent of that language or the specific direction of that language.
Kevin has his hand raised.
Yep.
The intent of that condition, when this was here at the GDP level, there was concern that, about how much that was going to change that buffer. And my recollection of that condition was that the buffer had to be what was previously approved by the Common Council was to not be further reduced when it came back for the SIP phase. So I believe that was the intent of what the council's condition was, that it would not be further reduced from the last version of plans that was seen by this body, by Plan Commission and then Common Council at the GDP level.
Okay, so does that mean the plan should show no removal of trees in that buffer?
Well, the buffer was reduced from what is there today. That was part of the approval. It was recognized that buffer could become smaller. Mm-hmm. And so I think the comparison here should be whether or not that this buffer matches the buffer that was approved with the GDP, which was reduced from what exists today.
Okay, and that's something that staff would confirm? Because I don't know, we don't have the GDP plan in front of us, so that's just
right. I think maybe my understanding is that this meets that GDP approval, but perhaps ask someone on the development team to confirm that as well.
Yes, actually, slide 2 on the presentation is the approved GDP plan. We don't have an overlay on there, but but yes, we've taken that plan and we've overlaid it on our plan. And where you see the edge of parking, our edge of parking does not go any further into the buffer than what's on that approved plan.
Okay, and then you're not removing any trees within the buffer. I think that's the condition, is that no additional trees within that buffer be removed, even as part of the SIP, as I read it. Okay.
I guess that would be a question for staff. No, but to answer your question, yes, we are removing trees in that buffer just due to grading. If you go back to slide 3 in our landscape plan. So the edge of pavement that's shown there matches the edge of pavement in the plan on page 2, minus the curvature, but our point there in the southeast does not encroach any further into the buffer. But we have had to eliminate a few trees in order to make the grading work. So the heavy dashed line running along the south, that line right there, the south west corner, that is a retaining wall that we've put in actually to preserve as many trees as possible. So if we were to not touch one single tree in that buffer, the plan that you approved on page 2 is unachievable. We would not be able to grade and pave to the extent shown on the approved plan. We would basically lose that entire row of southernmost parking and potentially part of the drive aisle.
Okay. We can take Kevin, yes.
I'm sorry, that was a physical hand raise versus it's just faster than the
it was in blue.
Virtual, yes. And I'm looking at the condition again. This may, as I'm reading it now, while the physical, the buffer area appears to be consistent, Cliff, I believe your reading of the condition was correct. This may also require a change to the underlying GDP. Which would be something that we would have to work with the applicant on. So it's not scheduled to go to Plan Commission until January, but we'll have to follow up depending on the recommendation of the commission tonight. This might also require a modification to the underlying GDP as well, based on the wording in that condition.
Okay. And my last question was with regard to the elimination of the flags. That is something that will just have to be examined by staff when you get a photometric report or plan for those, because if they're going up toward a flag, I don't see how they're going to be sufficiently cut off if you're actually physically pointing them up.
Sure, and one of the things we could do is in a few locations across the country, there's basically shields that actually go on the floodlight. So it does help to direct and contain the illumination as best as possible right towards that flag.
And that rendering looks like you've got more lights than you need to illuminate the flag. And some of your representative photograph looked like it was more illuminating the roof than it was illuminating the flags. So you'll just provide lighting sufficient enough to light the flags?
Yes, we can definitely look at that.
Okay. All right, Lois.
I was going to also mention the number of lights needed to illuminate the flags, but I will make a motion for final approval with the comment about the change to the GDP language for the landscape tree removal, and then also to restrict the number of lights shining upward to just adequately illuminate the flags and nothing else.
Okay. Is Shane, is that a second?
No, I just wanted to make one comment and then probably stealing the thunder of city staff zoning, but as far as the consecutive number of stalls before you have a tree island, I think they have a string of 16 here. So we would want to see a tree island with an additional shade tree in that south row of parking stalls. That was the only comment I had, though. Yeah.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, we don't even possess the authority to approve that anyway. So that has to happen regardless.
Yeah, I would want to see that as a design element regardless of zoning approval.
But there is a lonely motion hanging out there. I would love to see it seconded. And then we can have some further discussion on it. Jessica, is that a second? Yes, okay. All right, the motion is seconded. Discussion on the motion?
Staff had a comment?
Okay.
Regarding the landscape islands, you are correct that that is a zoning requirement. So that will be called out as it goes to Plan Commission and will likely be one of their conditions. The Urban Design Commission can request that there be, say, a canopy tree or something along those lines in that landscape island other than just ground cover. Just a note for consideration.
Okay. What's your pleasure, Shane? Let's see if I can find him and unmute him here.
I would want to see a shade tree for just the shading of the pavement and the urban heat island effect.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? It's seconded with conditions. Okay, seeing none, then by unanimous consent, you have final approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that brings us to this second to last item on our agenda, which is an advisory recommendation requested by the planning director. 1825 Aberg Avenue.
The development team registered to speak is Kevin Burrow, and Bob Feller is available for questions.
Kevin, you should have a prompt to unmute yourself.
All right, good evening. Thank you very much for your time this evening. What we have before you is an advisory recommended, as was just mentioned by Cliff. This project has received approval through Plan Commission, but the owner has directed us to look at a revised design option for the upper parapet element of the larger apartment building. So the site that we're working on is at the intersection of Huxley and Aberg, which is just to the west of Packers Avenue near the former Oscar Mayer facility. So the focus here is just the parapet edge detail for the L-shaped apartment building. You can go to the next slide. Here's a better context image to give you a perspective of our site shown in orange there. We're basically immediately across from primarily residential development and adjacent to some commercial buildings as well. What you see in this context is all buildings within the immediate surrounding, besides the commercial buildings to the south, have pitched roof elements to them. And that's become a priority or a focus for this project to be consistent on both buildings. So if we can go to the next slide. The original design that was presented and approved is a flat roof building for a 4-story apartment building where you had a more traditional parapet edge with some overhangs at the corners. Next slide will show what our proposed change is by adding a sloped roof element around the parapet edge, basically to mimic the roof element that's currently designed for the two-story townhome buildings immediately adjacent to this development. Next slide would show the other facade elements as originally designed. Following slide would show you the proposed change. Again, with just basically introducing the sloped roof element along the entire perimeter of the building. Next slide, please. Here you can see the comparison, and this is the approved two-story townhome building, which is immediately adjacent to this development. Next slide. The perspective view of that two-story townhome, and then the base of the four-story apartment building that we're speaking of. Next slide. Here's the original perspective view of the approved project. Next slide. Here you can see the transformation where it's fairly subtle from the grade plane level with regards to having this sloped roof element, but it does provide a bit of shade and overhang perspective around the roof edge. Next slide. Here again is the original design. Next slide. Shows a transformation with the introduction of that new roof element. Next slide, please. Here's a distant perspective view where you can now see the townhome in the foreground. Next slide, please. And then here you can see the transformation to what the new buildings look like and how they can now be consistent between the two of the buildings. That is the presentation. I would appreciate any comments and advisory recommended you have for this.
Thank you. Janine, could you just fill us in on staff's concerns about this?
So again, this was referred to the commission by the planning director. The director was simply looking to the commission for some feedback on the roof form change, and specifically how it relates to the facade design that was approved, and how the change in roof form impacts the overall design. So just looking to all of you for your expertise.
Okay, thank you. Is there an expert out there who's willing to weigh in? Craig.
I'll substitute instead of an expert.
Okay.
Kevin, I think what you showed here, as far as the context of surrounding buildings, and with the little Google Maps, looking myself here too at what you've shown, I think it relates really well of what the updates are. I don't see it as any dramatic change to what you had. I mean, it's a different design option, which there always is. I see it as an acceptable alternative.
Okay. Russell?
I'd say similar. The original obviously had this kind of cap element and overhang to it already. I will say the one thing, I'm assuming we're going from a kind of a storm leader piped storm drainage system to more of a gutter system with the new design, Kevin?
No, it would still be internally drained because the majority of the roof behind is still a flat roof element.
Okay, thank you. That helps. I just, because obviously the gutters were not represented on the graphic. So, yeah, thank you for the clarification.
So whatever rain water there is on the, let's just call it a mansard for lack of a better term, that would just drip off, or there's going to be gutters for that anyway?
It would be our desire to have it just drip off, but we have to evaluate the amount of surface area and what that volume might be. But no, we prefer to keep it clean like this.
So that'll, like in the renderings that we're looking at now, then it would not be dripping down onto those people on the balcony?
No, it would be overhanging beyond the face of those balconies.
Okay. All right. Rafiq.
So I don't really have a comment on the roof. I do have a comment that I really appreciate you guys' use of diversity in your renderings. It's very important to me. And you guys are one of the few firms that consistently have a diverse population of images in your renderings, and I really, really appreciate that.
Well, thank you.
Okay. Lois, I thought I saw your hand up earlier. There it is.
Yeah, I actually was going to ask the same question about how water was treated. I like this. I think it looks nice. It's a nice cap. It's a nice top for this building. And I see Christian has a comment, or else I was going to make a motion.
There you go, Christian.
Yeah. Look-wise, I don't think this is a big deal. If you're up close to it, you're really not going to be able to tell any difference. I think a long view down Aberg, it would be noticeable then. And the consistency with the townhomes, I think, is fine. I doubt anybody feels super strongly about it. But the dealing with the rain, I think, is a bigger issue. While these aren't huge buildings, that's still an appreciable amount of square footage up there. And absent gutters handling it somehow in a heavy downpour, that would be a sheet of water coming off the edge of those down below. And whether it's impacting people walking below or any planting beds and stuff, that can just wreak havoc on it. So I would just say to the developers that, I don't think any of us want to see downspouts marring this otherwise nice, clean facade. Some way of handling the rain rather than just a straight runoff. I don't see that working in this situation.
I think he mentioned that it wasn't that they're handling it internally. Those on the 4-story, it's not. It stops. It's a fake mansard roof, and it's flat behind that. That's what I heard?
That is correct. So the majority of the roof, I'd say 80% of the roof is contained with interior roof drains.
All right, that would be a different scenario than still seems slightly problematic in a heavy storm, though. Not a deal killer, though.
Oh, I have one last question. It looked at one of the renderings at the end where you were showing the relationship to the shorter building, the smaller building. It looked like you had gone from a darker shingle to a lighter shingle, and somehow the darker shingle color recedes more. And I don't know if that's just a rendering thing, but I would say a darker shingle on those buildings would be preferable.
You're right, it is a rendering thing, and I would agree with you. The darker color would tie in better with the roof edge detail that we currently have.
Okay. All right. Lois, are you still in the mood to make a motion?
Sure. I'll make a motion for final approval.
Okay. Jessica?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay. Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Okay. If not, the Urban Design Commission advises the Director of Planning to accept the slope roof option as presented tonight by Kevin. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Special item of business. Lucky 13.
It's all luck. So the long-awaited update on some of the discussions we've had regarding the Urban Design Commission ordinance and possible updates and how we could break this into a work plan and what that would look like over the next couple of months and over the next year. This is an item that had been put on hold just simply because we shifted to virtual and staff was also kind of dealing with some other issues. So with that said, I'm going to try to do, what I've done here is kind of create a snapshot of the staff report. This was sent out to the commission, and I'm just going to highlight a couple of items, and I can always pull the final report back up if we wanted to get into some deeper discussion. All right. So the report, as it's outlined, kind of talks a little bit about the history of the urban design districts and kind of what we've discussed to date. And then it kind of segues into a general overview of the amendment process. And that's just more process, kind of the different steps that we'll have to go through. Then probably the more meatier section of the report is the discussion on proposed ordinance phasing and content. Working with Kevin Furco and Julie Cleveland, as well as John Strange, we tried to kind of break it up into pieces that seemed manageable and items that seemed to work together as far as a timeline and kind of, and I'll go into a little bit more detail on that. And then of course there's a conclusion, kind of a direct request to the commission of what we're asking you for this evening. All right, so a quick recap. Since the creation of Urban Design District 8 and the Downtown Urban Design Guidelines, between 2009 and 2012, there have just been minor text updates, and most of those text updates have been to Urban Design District number 8. So at the September 2nd meeting, we heard from the commission. Let's look at kind of revising old urban design district guidelines and focusing on removing and revising dated information. There was a suggestion to go to a graphic format. And then also a recommendation, let's take a look at how the districts overlay with the new BRT routes. Of course, ultimately, the commission wanted to know a little bit more about a timeline. And then, of course, we've had several discussions about incorporating sustainability requirements. So that's just a recap of the requests. And then the amendment process. As we know, anytime we're making changes to the Madison General Ordinances, there's a very detailed process that it needs to go through. We'll need a sponsor for the ordinance. Ideally, this is one of the, an alder or alders or the mayor. That could be alder or boss, if indeed he wanted to make that sponsor. Then, of course, we'll work with the city attorney's office on drafting those formal ordinances. It would need to be introduced at a council meeting, and then be referred back to the Urban Design Commission and possibly Plan Commission for further action. And then, of course, once there's a final recommendation on the draft ordinance, then it would go back to council. So that's just a recap on process. And Kevin, feel free to jump in if there's anything I glaze over too quickly. So it made sense to break it into kind of two sections, if you will. There's phase 1 and 2 seem to be maybe things that were more pressing, things that might take less process. Phase 1 encompassing, we talked about some duties of the secretary, then also public building review standards. Then, of course, there were the detailed plant lists that were quite outdated. And I think even included some invasive species or species that are now considered invasive. So those are some cleanup items. And it would still take 2 to 3 months, but it's something that staff could begin on given your advisement. And then phase 2, kind of codifying that initial final process. We did include it in the policy and procedure manual, but this would be a more clarifying it more and codifying it in the ordinances. And then another item that, we saw a project in Urban Design District number 4 this evening that is in that, what we're calling the downtown portion. As if you recall correctly, Urban Design District number 4 was split with Urban Design District 8 smack dab in the middle. And there is a very different context between these two wings of UDD4. So there was a consideration of incorporating this into the district, the 8th district. So jumping back to my list, that was a part of phase 2 recommendation. And again, these are staff recommendations. We look to you, the commission, as how you want to prioritize these and space these out. But the second half of this phasing and content plan, this would include quite a few more work sessions. There'd be a lot more detail to it. And we decided to break the part that requires more work by the commission into 2 phases. Simply trying to get our heads around the Mifflandia possible district. Is that going to be a wider discussion that would include more public meetings? We don't know yet, but that's the reason we broke it out to a phase 4. But the other ones that are grouped into phase 3 were this, long discussions we've had about sustainability standards, as well as this idea of formatting with graphics. Could this be something similar to the Urban Design District guidelines, where it's a graphic format and maybe we're taking the guidelines out of the code, keeping the requirements in, but taking the guidelines out and turning that into a graphic format that is referenced in the code. So these are different ways that we could accomplish kind of that request for graphics. So that's just kind of a quick overview of what the different phases look like. And then we put together a proposed timeline. And ultimately, what we would like to know from you is, can staff begin the more formal process of drafting the ordinances for formal consideration for phase 1 and 2? And then would you consider staff maybe putting forward some dates for work sessions for later in 2021? And the schedule that was under table 1 kind of calls out some of those possible windows for where work sessions could go and then what recommendations could look like. So I think that's the gist of the report, and we can open it up for discussion unless, Kevin, you had something to add. And Chair, it looks like Kevin, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just unmuting just in case we have discussion here. I'm very slow to get the unmute button, so it was a preemptive unmute just in case there's questions as we go through.
And we look to the commission. Don't everybody talk at once.
Well, it's ambitious and it's needed, and it's not going to get done without some deadlines. And this is a great place to start. I certainly look forward to this, and it would give me a real comprehensive understanding of the design guidelines and requirements and the districts and the differences between the districts, instead of kind of organically just figuring it out as projects come and go. So I think for all the commission members to be able to work on this is, it's pretty rare. And so I think we should all really embrace it. I'm wondering, Stefan, can we unmute all? I don't have that.
Looks like I can, yeah. I just hit it, so.
There we go. That way people can feel. Yeah, thank you. That way we, feel free to jump in.
This is Tom. I had a quick question. I guess it's laid out in the conclusion table, but it appears each phase has to go through council approval. You wouldn't take the whole package to them just once. They chime in at each step of this. I'm a little, it seems very process intensive. Let me put it that way. Is that the norm when you're revising something like urban design ordinances?
Yeah, I can jump in. Okay, if Janine, feel free. I do. It is process intensive, but I think the whole process of going from a concept to an ordinance just by nature is there's a lot of steps that procedurally have to go with it. The reason we tried to break this up into buckets is to just make progress. I think each of these probably gets more difficult as you go through, and I think the few items we have here are pretty straightforward. Again, we can draft those pretty quickly. They don't seem to be controversial. And so we try to get the things done that we can get done soon. And then stuff that's just going to take more consideration, we want to set that up on a more realistic time frame, just recognizing that when we're talking about the content of the districts, that's just multiple decisions where I just don't think it's realistic to, if we put this all in one bucket, I think I guess the concern is, one, it's a lot for different bodies, the council to approve at one night. And these are such different pieces. I mean, we're talking about procedural things. We're talking about the design content issues. And I think, to me, it seems, and I guess my experience with this is I was on the zoning code rewrite, going on a decade ago. And that was a big environment. That was kind of a wholesale change. And that was a 3+ year process by the time it was, adopted. I think this is just breaking this into smaller pieces. I think it's going to be, my recommendation would be easier for this body and then easier for kind of the public and the council to take this in chunks and do the I guess the less complicated stuff up front and then kind of set the table for the more, I guess.
Okay. Is that zoning was handled with council? It came in chunks as opposed to all at once?
Well, no, the plan commission, I'm sorry, the zoning ordinance was done in a chunk. But here, I think that it seems to me that it may be more surgical, some of the changes we have here in terms of like going in and changing a few sections. The zoning code was a complete rewrite. We had new districts, we had new everything from top to bottom. Here, I feel like we're going to go in, fix things, and then it's just my sense of how to go. But certainly open to the commission's feedback if there's another approach that you'd feel more comfortable with.
I'm not sure which is better. My concern is what I call council attention span. If you hit them with dribs and drabs, will they pay attention to any of it? If it's just a little tweak to this part of the ordinance or a tweak to that, or do you want to make an impression on them and say, hey, here's what we're really doing with urban design? Bam. And yeah, it takes more time and it's a bigger learning curve. I don't know. You've been through the process. I haven't. Our council is very big. They have part-time, they're limited attention span, some of them. So I just don't know how to get through that this is an important issue to them.
I recognize, sorry, somebody else was going to go.
Oh, sorry, Kevin. Tom, I would say that like on that, as far as the working sessions, I think the way they have laid this out is good as far as getting easy wins, momentum. This is kind of a new thing for us as a team to be working through. And then as far as the approval process, I think that's separate. We could talk through that. But as far as getting together the substance and getting agreement as a group, there's a lot of work behind the scenes that could be done.
Yeah.
How we then strategize to do the approval process could be totally different, whether we want to hit them like a bunch of little ones or push one big binder across them at one point. Yeah.
Okay. No, I agree that the work needs to be broken down and that's appropriate. It is more the approval, getting the council's focus. How do you do that best? I just don't know.
And I think it's fair to say that phase 3 bucket, I think that's a pretty big binder in and of itself. I mean, that's a pretty comprehensive change. So I think 1 and 2, they're kind of smaller pieces, but 3 is going to be a substantial piece the way it's set up here.
So these work sessions, like when will they occur?
On your
place of these meetings, definitely not.
I think we could start to look at, can it be an agenda item added to already scheduled meeting, or do we need a special work session?
You talk about the council's attention span after 5 hours. I'm about to go.
Yeah.
We could either choose to approve a lot more projects more quickly or just reject them to make the meeting.
Just a consent agenda, reject all tonight's projects are all rejected.
Then I guess these will be separate work sessions.
Yeah.
I think that's, I think that's the best way for us to really, get our attention. And we certainly, you don't want to do this at the beginning of a meeting. And like Rafiq said, I mean, if it's 9 or 10 o'clock, you're certainly not, I wouldn't want the staff or the commission to have to go and think hard on this stuff like that. But I think if you map it out also for the plan commission and the council, that we're doing this in pieces, and we're not, it's intentional that we're not going to just, you're not going to be surprised when you see phase 2 and phase 3. It's not because we didn't think it through. It's all very intentional.
I'm curious. This is a selfish comment about time. Our time. Do we think our workload is slowing down or consistent? I mean, with everything that's going on in the world, I mean, are applications changing their rate of?
Well, for next year, that's a good question, Russell, and Rafiq too. I really appreciate your comment about being, considerate, so we're not having an in-depth discussion at 10 o'clock at night. So next year, we're going back to 2 meetings per month, knock on wood, and that hopefully the work will be spread out a little bit more, and staff can take a little bit more time to figure out what work session dates could be options, and then maybe bring those back to the commission for consideration.
And quick question, would the work sessions necessarily involve all of us, or would we develop subgroups of some sort based on interest or expertise?
That's a good question. Kevin, has that been a situation in previous?
Thinking about it's certainly possible that, the ultimately that'd be the council would have to come up with a subcommittee. And that's kind of when they did the zoning code rewrite. There was a group that was advisory to the plan commission. So there was a group within a group. There were a couple plan commission members on it, but it was called the Z-Crack, if you remember that. And I think there might have even been a UDC rep on that committee. So that group kind of did the policy discussions and kind of came up with the draft. And then they sent that to the plan commission, and they kind of kicked around that draft. I don't know. I mean, my sense is that you guys are the city's experts as far as knowing the code and design, and certainly we could look at different models, and if it's it's a different lift as far as if we had a steering committee work on, and I'm thinking primarily phase 3 and maybe phase 4. So that's a good question. It would be a different process than I was anticipating at this point, but certainly one we could explore if this body didn't want to. If you wanted to have not be the one kind of coming up with a policy, but reacting to another group's recommendations.
I also thought it would be easier to schedule meetings if there were 3 or 4 of us as opposed to 9 or 10.
But whatever body does it would need a quorum to meet. So, if you're a 10-person body, you're going to have a 5-person quorum, or, so you'd still need to have a bare minimum of group depending on how it was set up.
Okay, so the input sessions have to be formal meetings of the UDC meeting the quorum requirements?
Yes. It'd be an open public meeting. It'd be like this. I think, and I guess how I was basing it on is just one of the things the Plan Commission did this year. They did quarterly special working sessions, and they took things because just like you guys, their meetings are packed and they're dealing with primarily development proposals. And they wanted to step back and have a meeting where they could talk about policy or big picture items. And they set up quarterly work sessions. And actually, they did that for the first time this year. And, despite all the just, unusual nature of this last year, I thought those work sessions actually went pretty well in terms of that. And that was quarterly. So yes, it was a time commitment, but it was certainly, hopefully, more manageable than expecting, everyone can convene, once a month for the whole year. So that was kind of where I was what I was basing this off of, this idea.
Just to explore Tom's comment a little more, I mean, can there be work done that's outside of the working sessions, but then all voting and the formal stuff would happen with a quorum?
Yeah, that was.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I think, we're not going to sit around a table or a virtual table and, pen to paper and start page one and start writing. I mean, I think what this would be is, you guys are the decision-making body. Staff and, Janine, Julie, and myself probably going to be the leads on this. You're going to give us ideas. We're going to come to you with drafts. You give us what you want to achieve. We'll work with John to come up with the drafts. And, you guys are going to be kind of reviewing that and kind of assigning us more homework, frankly. That would be the expectation. Sure, if you guys want to go out and, research things and kind of bring things up, we share it as, public documents and so forth. So we, the transparency is important with anything. And, but I see that we have meetings to discuss the ideas, and their work happens in between each of those meetings to kind of advance it based on the work plan we come up with.
So Kevin, based on that, just to clarify, if we have a topic, it'll be at this next meeting, bring all your comments related to this section. We all come prepared with our comments, and then we kind of go through them and get a more summarized group consensus on what those comments are, then to give you guys direction and then go back and draft updates.
Yep. Absolutely. I mean, here, I'll just give an example. Let's just say phase 2, and let's just talk about initial final. If you guys give us a thumbs up that, we want to start working on that, we would, as staff, go away. We'd set up the meeting for a work session with you guys, let's just say February. Before that meeting, and I would say it's probably at least 2 weeks, we would draft up kind of a draft of, wouldn't necessarily be the final ordinance language, but, some real detailed stuff for you guys to consider. Perhaps if we don't know, option A, option B. And we would get that to you in advance. So at the meeting, we're talking about that kind of packet of information. So it's not, completely open-ended. There's a little bit of structure, and you can say that we were good on this one and we missed the boat on this one, or missed the mark, I should say. And you want us to revisit some things, but that's usually how I see these kind of work sessions working.
Okay, thank you. That's perfect.
And they're publicly noticed meetings, like an Urban Design Commission meeting would be?
Yep.
If we really wanted some input from the public or a developer, would we be able to recruit that, or just let them know that, pay attention to this notice, it's coming out, we'd like some feedback?
I think focus groups are something. There'd be a quorum issue that you couldn't necessarily have more than 2 or 3 commission members without it being a UDC meeting. But we could set up staff focus groups. You guys could come up with the questions. We could kind of report back to we tested these ideas with this group. This is the feedback we received. Or we could do it as we could do it public hearing style and put it out there and just let people know. And, we could certainly, let various contacts know. And maybe it's a combination of both. There's various ways, but I think that's a really important point. And it's also, we didn't talk about it in this meeting yet, but, involving the alders and their constituents as well, especially when we're getting into the, the substance of, changing the districts. That's also a big consideration and something that, we'd want to, get them involved in those aspects, certainly.
Okay. Do you think in, say, phase 3, for example, there might be the need for a consultant to help pull some of this together, or does staff have all the ability and time to do, all the graphics and all the detailed work?
Great question.
I can say that the consultant is not in the budget for next year. So you're stuck with us for the time being, as far as we do have staff that, does have some, graphic capabilities and so forth. So I think it really depends on kind of the scope of the changes. And when we start to talk a little bit about 3, it really depends on how kind of detailed and how much changes are. If we're talking about policy changes and coming up with graphics, my sense is we can do that in-house.
Okay.
If we get into this and we realize that this is a bigger lift and we're really, taking sweeping changes to some of these things, we might need to revisit that work plan, and then maybe, a 10-month schedule just is not feasible. And Cliff, as you pointed out, it's intentionally aggressive. I mean, we want to start working on it and set, goals to kind of push us. But if we get into this and realistically it's a larger lift, we'll just have to kind of recalibrate based on what we find out.
Well, I appreciate the ambition here and the organization and the history that it's in the report too. I mean, as you know, you put Band-Aids on things, and after a while, it was like the zoning code with all the planned developments. I mean, after a while, you just say enough is enough. Let's step back and make it appropriate for today's development. So thank you.
Yeah, I agree that it's ambitious, but I think that keeping it within a smaller time frame is important with this body because members come and go, and I would hate for somebody to start the process and somebody else have to jump in, and so I think we need to do it in this time frame.
Janine, do you have the power to say, okay, one meeting, this meeting, I'm just going to limit the agenda to 2 or 3 items because we want to talk about this during the meeting so that we're not on this isn't number 14, but maybe you can intentionally just say, look, on June 15th, I'm just going to limit the applications to 2 and because we got a work session. I think you have the latitude to do that, don't you?
In working with you as the chair, it is you do approve the agenda for each meeting. We have the current schedule published. I don't know that I don't think we would want to turn away applications because everything is very time sensitive to getting through the approval process. But we do have the ability to, choose where this appears on the agenda.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know that there was, I think, a limit to the total number that there could be. I just didn't know if that was in the ordinance and we could change it. I think there is a limit somewhere, but it's in the teens, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
15.
It's an informal. It's not codified. It's an informal.
Oh. Okay.
So we should change it from 15 to like 5.
Yeah.
I think you found your first item for the agenda, Janine.
I mean, nobody
phase 1A.
Nobody argued with Al Martin when he said, "No, we're all filled up."
No, he didn't argue with Al Martin.
Al's coming over to visit me tomorrow. I'll tell you guys.
Yeah, say hi.
Tell him hi from y'all.
Well, this is good. So we've got what, 4 or 5 weeks for us to collectively think about this a little bit more. When would you like some more alert and I guess specific feedback?
Walking away from this evening's meeting, staff would appreciate at least a support from the commission for us to begin drafting some of the procedural ordinance changes, and we can bring those back to the commission. It may not be at the January 13th meeting, but we could, or at some point in January.
Okay, so this is agenda item number 13. Do we have to actually act on it formally?
It's my understanding. Yes.
Okay. So then is there a motion to accept the staff report here and authorize staff to begin scheduling meetings and outlining drafts?
You got it.
I'll second that.
All right.
Thank you.
Approved by unanimous consent. Thank you very much.
Start doing that right now.
Yeah. Janine, Julie, you're not going anywhere today. We got stuff we got to get.
Quick reminder, please submit your statement of interests. Deadline is fast approaching, so if you don't do it, I'm going to follow up with you. Thank you for that. Thank you all for your time this evening.
There was a 630 East Washington Avenue.
Yes. Yeah. A quick update on that. The Salvation Army development team did apply for an extension to their previous approvals, so they do have more time. And it's just our understanding that they just needed some more time to work through some things. So we haven't heard anything that it's not going to happen.
Okay. Thank you for the update. Stefan, thanks for your help again. And Janine and Julie and Kevin, we appreciate you hanging in there with us. Also pass along our thanks to Matt.
Tom, did you have something? It looked like you were going to...
Quick, if I can add to your list of things to do. An update for next time. The project that went on the old Brennan site on University Avenue, I'm curious what happened to that one.
I think that was on her last report.
Oh, did you already cover it? I'm sorry if you did.
And I think that one has not gone forward.
Okay, certainly there's nothing happening on the site, but it was like a year and a half ago or so that we approved it.
Didn't they wanted to come back with another drive-through option again?
My headset's about to die.
Somewhere.
My headset's about to die, so I'm going to declare us adjourned. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going through a tunnel.
Have a good night. Have a good holiday.
Bye. Thanks.
Happy holidays. Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Bye.